morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, YouTube, and 97.3 HD2. I haven't gotten any podcast reviews recently on Apple. I don't know whether we've kind of hit the end, if everybody's now who listens has already reviewed the show, but we seem to be sort of stuck in a rut, like nothing for a month, roughly, on the whole podcast review thing. So if you guys have a moment or two and you'd like to leave us a review, one day maybe we'll make it to 4.7 out of 5. One day, hopefully, we would make it there, but so far, not yet. If you could leave us a 5-star review, you can say something funny or mean. I'll read them on the air. But please, by all means, try to get us to 5 stars with the reviews there over on Apple Podcasts, which is a great way to listen to the show. I got some late-night texts. Lyle, this one's for you. It says, I was listening to yesterday's podcast, and I want to thank you, Lyle, for your stat mongering and helping this old guy understand the next-gen stats. Keep it up. Keep up the Cal versus Judge talk.
I'm happy to help.
Isn't that nice?
That's very nice.
I thought you would like that.
Yeah,
and
shout out to him. Shout out the 480.
480, Arizona. Yeah, probably one of your former Arizona State professors or something like that who's so enamored with you from your time down there. There are a lot of reasons to keep that up. And if Cal hits more home run, he hit another one last night, 2 more hits. It's just this whole show could be the Cal Raleigh show. You did a great job with your stat mongering and sending some stuff over to us last night. And I'll go through a couple of these. OptaStats, I saw this one last night. Cal Raleigh of the Mariners has 14 RBI and 12 runs in the last 6 games. By the way, do you like RBI or RBIs as a plural?
I say it with the S on the end.
I generally do too.
I like it better that way. Yeah.
You do too. Okay, like RBI. An RBI is an element, is a thing.
Right.
Even though it's runs batted in.
Yeah.
Like it's when you're said that way, it's just a thing. It's an entity unto itself, an RBI. Exactly. Or a ribby.
Your ribby I like.
You like ribby. All right, well, so we'll change it. Cal Raleigh of the Mariners has 14 ribbies and 12 runs in his last 6 games, 4 of which he started at catcher. No other catcher since RBIs became official in 1920, 105 years ago, has had a 6-game stretch with 12-plus ribbies and 12-plus runs. That's pretty crazy. That's going back 105 years. That's a lot. That's a lot of time. I've said this before. We're getting real deep into baseball history now. Like we're in 2025 baseball history. I mean, the RBI started counting in 1920. It's 105 years ago. I've mentioned this on the show a million times, but we're 2 years away from there being a second 27 Yankees. Like for my entire life, anytime a team is good, like, well, they're good. 27 Yankees good, but like, right? Like people have been using that offense forever to explain the greatest offense of all time. Well, there's about to be another one. That's how long baseball's been around. It's crazy.
I feel like everybody's just going to root for the 2027 Yankees to be some 83-win team with a mediocre offense.
How funny would that be?
Well, just so nobody gets confused
right.
when people refer to the 27
27 Yankees, they weren't that good. What did they ever do? Yeah. Yeah, it's we're going on a long time. So anyway, that's amazing from Cal. This one is great too. List of MLB players. This is from Mariners PR with 6 home runs in a 6-game span this season. Cal's done it 3 times. Amazingly, Jorge Polanco has done it once. That's remarkable. And then Byron Buxton and Aaron Judge have each done it once as well. So it's happened 6 times this year. Cal's responsible for half of them. 3 of the 6. Just amazing. 6 home runs in a 6-game span. Like, just heads up, because at any moment, Cal Raleigh could hit another home run.
The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball. Deep to left field. And this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. And Cal Raleigh has become the first Mariner in history to hit 10 or more home runs in 3 consecutive months. A 2-run home run here in the top of the 9th inning. The Mariners now lead Minnesota 11-2. Cal hit 12 home runs in April, 10 in May, 10 more. There's number 10 here in the month of June. And Cal Raleigh with more history tonight here in Minnesota. And the incredible season just continues.
So one of the cool things about Cal, and last night is sort of the opposite of that, is that for the most part, his home runs have mattered. That's one of the things I think is great about, you know, who the ultimate home run stat patter was Alex Rodriguez. That guy hit more worthless home runs than any player I can remember. Like he would just, you know, if you were down 8-1, you could count on A-Rod to hit a solo shot in the 8th. Ooh, cool. Now you're down 8-2. Thanks, A-Rod. Worthless home run. But in the clutch, in a big spot, forget about it. Last night sort of stands out because Cal hit what was essentially a tack-on home run late in the game, which didn't have a tremendous amount of effect on the outcome. And it only stands out to me because he's barely done that. He's not padded his stats with a bunch of worthless home runs. Cal's a clutch guy. He's hit home runs when they really matter to come back in key spots. Like, he's threatening them all the time. So I think it's great. I mean, I'm over the moon, as everybody is, for Cal Raleigh. And so then you get this text late last night from the 360. Says, Salk, you should ask Passan what would happen if you switched Cal and Judge. Then who's the MVP? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then? You know the answer to this question.
Yeah, of course.
There is no debate. This is not, what did Jeff say to me last week?
The answer is no.
Well, eventually he said the answer is no, but first he said it's not a hypothetical. Yeah, this is a hypothetical. But the answer is very obvious. If Cal played for the Yankees, he'd be the MVP right now. Everybody would be saying it. Wouldn't even be close. He's better than Yogi Berra. He's better than that other guy, name a Yankee over the years. What he's doing is better than A-Rod.
Posada, I don't know.
He's better than Jorge Posada. He's a switch-hitting catcher who doesn't call for an appeal after every single pitch. God, I hated Jorge Posada. Here's the true number. Lyle, you sent this over last night, and this is the one of all of the stats we got last night. This is the one that kind of jumped out most to me. This is a comp through 77 games of Barry Bonds in 2001 and Cal Raleigh right now. In 2025, Cal has 32 home runs. As great as that is, as crazy as it is, through 77 games, Bonds had 39. What? That's absurd.
I mean, we laugh, but like I said yesterday, there's a world Cal gets there.
There's a world, but that's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, like as great as Cal's been at this same stage, Bonds had 7 more home runs. Yeah. Like, that's pretty nuts. Now, Cal's right there with him in ribbies, which is great. 68-70, that's pretty impressive. OPS is where you really see the difference, though. It's about a 300-point difference from Cal's 1049 to Bonds' 1360. But, again, remember, at that point for Bonds, they were not pitching to him. There were only 2 options for Bonds in 2001. Lyle, you were 4. You don't remember. But there were only 2 options. Like, if you didn't throw him a pitch, Barry would take his walk. And if you threw him a pitch, he'd hit a home run. That was it. There was no other outcome. He never got out other than that. You either walked him or he hit a home run, which is how he ended up with 39 home runs and a 1360 OPS through 77 games. Incredible.
Not to mention a 26% walk rate.
It's insane,
year.
Right? I mean, his walk rate was higher than Rowdy Tellez's on-base percentage when he was released. Think about that. That's just the walks. That doesn't include hits. So anyway, Cal's doing incredible things. Maybe it's not quite the 2001 Barry Bonds level, but it sure seems a lot cleaner. And oh, by the way, he's doing very similar things to Aaron Judge. I mean, like, Judge has more hits. Okay. He's got a higher batting average, but Cal's got more home runs. And he's doing it not playing in Yankee Stadium, and he's doing it at the catcher position. Yeah, this is absolutely a conversation. You could tell me that at the end of the day, Judge is going to win, either because the hits and the fullness of what he does as a hitter is so great. Okay, fine. But I don't know how you can ignore Cal doing it at a more valuable position that's harder to hit in and doing it in this ballpark, which is significantly harder to hit in.
You know how you know this race is starting to get close? Because there's Yankee fans on Twitter now starting to take the stat head screenshots of Judge versus Cal. Where Judge still leads a few more categories, but they're starting to post them out as like validation to say, oh no, he's still the MVP. Now you know they're getting nervous.
Long way to go in this thing, man. We're only June 24th, so there's a long way to go in this whole thing, but keep your eye on it, because if Cal keeps doing what he's doing, there's absolutely a conversation to be had. Yes, we will talk to Jeff Passan about that at 8:30 this morning. We'll come right back with everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now you have the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey!
What?
Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. The power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotakirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Sarah. She loves her motorcycle. What she doesn't love is when it suddenly rains. As she sits underneath a bridge waiting for it to stop, she grows quite fond of the graffiti on the overpass. She really likes the one with John Hart's Claire and wonders if they're still together. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back. Get an online quote in as little as 3 minutes and see if you can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Evan Cohen here. According to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand headcount for 2025. If you're one of these employers, add ZipRecruiter's latest feature, Zip Intro, to your hiring plan. It does most of the work for you, so you save time. Just pick a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. You can even meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at ProSculpt.com.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same, and that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, when in doubt, just hit a bunch of home runs. The Mariners did that in spades in Minnesota last night. Julio certainly got it started early.
Here comes the 1-2. Swung on, crushed left field. This one is gone. How far it's going to go? It's going to go off the facing of the second deck. Julio crushed it. He smashed it. And the Mariners extend the lead. It's 3-0.
Yeah, that was early. Luke Raley added on.
Here's the pitch to him. Swung on, drilled center field. Buxton racing back. He's looking up, and this is gone. Luke Raley, a tank to center field. The Mariners playing long ball. 6-run inning. It's 6-0 in the third. A massive home run by Luke Raley. Welcome back.
Yeah, and that one pretty much ended the game at 6-0. But Dom Canzone didn't want to be left out. He hit a solo shot. Of course, Cal had to get his 32nd a little later in the game. Add it all up, and it's an easy 11-2 win in Minnesota. 8 of their 11 runs coming via the long ball, and it almost overshadowed what was really another phenomenal start for Brian Wu. We'll get to him in a moment. Julio asked afterwards, what's going on with the home run barrage?
We just have been executing our plans and playing to our identity. We're able to create runs in so many different ways, and I feel like we're doing that right now. And I feel like that's why we've been winning and hitting more home runs, getting more hits, and doing all that.
Well, they certainly are. I mean, they're averaging more than 10 runs per game here on this road trip, which is just, going to win you most games you play. We mentioned Brian Wu because that's the other half of this. The Mariners just starting to do that thing where they just keep rolling quality, if not dominant, starts at teams every single night. Wu goes 6 innings, allows just the 2 solo shots. And that came after this game was pretty well in the bag. He was dominant again last night. So add it all up, and it's a nice, easy, comfortable win for the Mariners. Even better, Houston off before they start a series against Philadelphia. So the Mariners do pick up half a game. They're now 4.5 games out in the West. They'll send Luis Castillo to the mound tonight against Chris Paddock.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Kind of a busy day off the field for the team as well. We'll start with the most obvious. Cal Raleigh named AL Player of the Week. You think? In addition to all the history, and we've mentioned it all, here are the numbers. 417 he hit. That's 10 for 24. Scored 10 runs, couple of doubles, 5 home runs, 12 driven in, 3 walks, and just for good measure, went 2 for 2 in stolen base attempts in 6 games. His .481 on base percentage is pretty good. The slugging, .1125. So, yes, that's an OPS over 1,600 for the week. What's going on with Cal's chances to win the MVP? Here's a national voice, Bob Nightingale of USA Today.
To say if Raleigh hits 50 home runs, then it kind of wakes up everybody back east, too. Like, wait a minute now. Here's a catcher doing something we've never seen before. And, what's probably going to come down to, Stacey, is how the teams do. Obviously, Cal's chances of winning MVP would be greatly enhanced if the Mariners make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, it's going to hurt them.
Well, that does make some level of sense. I'll buy that. But the waking up the voices back east is just a riot and just speaks to the text we got earlier. Yeah, I think things would look very different if Cal and Aaron Judge switched teams, and I think everything would be thought of very differently. It was also promotion day across the organization. A couple of top prospects moving up. Laz Montez, Michael Arroyo had nothing left to show in Everett. They are both headed to AA Arkansas. Montez led the Northwest League in home runs, RBI slugging, and OPS. That's pretty good. He was tied for the lead in triples, third in walks, tied for fifth in hits, sixth in runs. I mean, he just completely tore up that league. As for Arroyo, he put up an OPS over 900, had lots of success elsewhere as well. So, look, it's not easy to hit in Arkansas, so kind of curious to see how both of them will handle this next step. It will be a tougher challenge, but those are two guys who can flat out hit. Now, the fielding for both guys, that's still a bit of a question mark. Arroyo is not really a fielder. Howie Kendrick's a good comp, I think, for him. Every time I see that comp, it makes a little bit of sense to me. And we'll see whether he can end up sticking at second long term. That's kind of where he was playing for Everett. And then again, we've talked about it with Montez. Can he be Yordan Alvarez? In order to do it, it sure would be nice if he could stick in the outfield. And I thought he showed some decent ability to do that. By the way, lefty Brandon Garcia also promoted from AA up to Tacoma. Definitely a candidate to help the big club as a reliever, maybe as soon as this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, just quickly, this is a really good story. If you guys have time to go to Seahawks.com and read the story John Boyle wrote today on Mike McDonald's father. His name is Hugh McDonald. West Point graduate, served in the Army, and currently battling kidney disease. Needs a new kidney, has not yet found a match. And instead, he's really incredible, asking folks to look at dovetransplant.org. DOVE, like the soap or like the bird of peace. dovetransplant.org. It's an organization that helps veterans in need of kidneys, and there's some really great quotes from his dad in there. I also really like this quote from Mike himself, just talking about his reverence for the military. He says, when I was a kid, I went to bed at night on West Point stories. Those were my bedtime stories as a kid. So that's really as far back as I can remember. It was just the pride that my dad had with his classmates and the way they impacted the world. And then just understanding these are the people that have volunteered to put it on the line for our country. There's a deep respect for that. And he goes on from there. But I'll let you guys read the whole thing. It really is worth your time if you have a minute. Go to Seahawks.com and afterwards, try to go to dovetransplant.com as well. That is everything you need to know. And we do a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk show. And I said dovetransplant.com. It's .org. Sorry. dovetransplant.org. Want to make sure I get that right.
Yeah, I thought that was a really cool piece by John Boyle because it went into some Seahawks staffers where one donated a kidney to another two. And I was just like, wow, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, just like a level of commitment to other people. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, we'll mention that throughout the morning, and hopefully people can go check that out at Seahawks.com. I'll also remind everybody that you can still vote on the 2025 All-Star ballot. Cal, Julio, JP, they all need your help to secure a spot in this year's Midsummer Classic. You can vote 5 times a day every day now through, you only have a couple more days, June 26th. But you can also vote directly from the Seattle Sports app. Did you know that? Another great reason to have the app. Yes, you can leave us silly messages for here's the thing. You can watch the show, read everything that's written here on the website, but you can now vote directly from the Seattle Sports app. Click the Vote tab in the lower right corner and vote directly from our Seattle Sports app. How about that? Maybe that'll help Cal win an MVP award this year. Okay, we asked Angie Mentink not just about Cal, but about Julio, about these Mariners, and a whole bunch else. Stick around. There's some great insight next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
Talking baseball with Jason Churchill. Your view of this team's priorities at the deadline?
I think I would look at this from a window standpoint, from a winning window standpoint. I have 2, 3, 4, 5 years with this core to win. So I'm not going out on the market right now and spending the assets. You know, you don't want to throw your entire farm system into the trade deadline, right? So you want to minimize that as much as you can.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and it's time to book. Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is letting you book now for an unforgettable summer experience. The hotel opens up on August 8th. That is right around the corner. So bookings are open at snocasino.com. Yep, you're going to get the whole deal. The big, new, expanded, non-smoking gaming floor, the big destination spa, entertainment space, a convention center, the new food venues, restaurants, the whole deal. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Heading to the ball game? Don't mess with traffic and pricey parking fees. Make it easy and ride the bus. It's affordable and convenient. No stress, no hassle. And plenty of time to grab a hot dog before first pitch. Community Transit makes riding the bus fun, easy, and affordable. You save money on parking, and kids under 18 ride for free. See where they can take you and plan your trip today. Go to Community Transit at ctgo.org/home run.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Dreyer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car theft dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party, Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field, sailing back, gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh!
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom! Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What a weekend. Bizarre weekend for the Mariners. Angie Mentink had a front row seat as she was calling all 3 games for Root Sports, and she joins us now. Good morning, Angie. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I love this. I will come on your guys' show anytime at 8:30 in the morning when I'm 2 hours ahead.
See, we aim to help, right? Like we're trying to service with a smile here. Plus, I assume you're still sweating from the time in Chicago. It looked awful there.
I know. I was talking to some of the beat writers, and it was just like they were like, I haven't even tweeted anything. I just can't concentrate. I mean, and then Wrigley is amazing, but she's old. She's got some years on her. So like the booth, I mean, like literally I was on Aaron's lap. I mean, it's just so tiny, and, we're both on our iPads to keep score, and, we've got our MLB research tools. I mean, it was just, it's so cramped. It's like crazy. And then you're looking over at the booth next door, and it's like 3 times the size as ours for the home for the home team, and they're just spread out making espressos, and it's just like nice.
I heard you say women don't sweat. I appreciated that. I thought that was good over the weekend.
We glow.
Yeah.
We glow.
We just
That's right.
glow.
We glow.
Until you get in the car.
Is that what you were doing this weekend? Just glowing?
I was sweating. Oh my gosh. What was funny is at the beginning of the broadcast, very first thing, because I said that the thing is tiny, right? So we're like rearranging chairs, and like the cameramen are going around because we have the camera that shoots us with the field behind us. So like I had taken off my water bottles and stuff like off of the countertop so they're not in the shot, and I put it on the thing, and then I turn around and literally I just like flop myself into the chair. Water bottle underneath my seat. I mean, underneath my backside. Like explode this water bottle all over my monitors, all over. Like I snorted. My microphone was on. I was just like, oh my gosh. And like Aaron's looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm like, I just literally set off a water bomb inside this thing. So dried everything off, and we were all good. But
good.
It's cramped. It was cramped. And then I was like sitting in water for the first like 3 innings, but it dried up right away because it was so hot.
Quick little story, nice, and then a quick little thing I noticed. I don't think Allison would mind. It was Pitt, West Virginia, first game of the year, 90 humidity. We're up in the booth, AC. Bob and I are great, but we had to get running right afterwards because Bob had to make his flight. And all of a sudden, here comes Allison, absolute terror. Like jumps in the Suburban on the way to the airport. I think she ripped out her hair extensions. She was so freaking hot. She was like, "I'm just done," And I think even at that point, all 4 of us men in the car were like, "No, don't say a word. Don't say a word. Don't even look." It was so overwhelmingly hot. And then that's one story. The other thing that jumped out, Angie, is
there's a reason why my hair extensions are in a ponytail, by the way. For that series, okay? Okay, we're not putting those against the neck. Nope.
Yep.
No.
Don't do that. The thing that I also loved was there was a moment there, and I don't even know if you caught this. I don't know if people texted you after the fact, but when Trent Thornton got wobbly, I actually rewound it to listen to your comment again. Your mom heart. Right, that's what I call it. Just your mom heart was like, oh no, right? I mean, mom kicked in right there, and like you felt for that guy on the field in that moment, did you not?
I did. I did. I checked in with him the next day, and I had a long conversation. You know, we don't need to go over all the details and the particulars, but I was extremely worried about him. I was at the College World Series, and I had that happen. And I was vomiting and a heat stroke. And I was also in San Antonio. I didn't get heat stroke there at the what the heck is it called? Anyway, and like athletes were going down left and right. Alex Rodriguez was there, for baseball. He wasn't one of the ones that was going down, but it's just, people just don't realize once you get to that point how quickly it can go downhill and how you have to, take care of it right away. But yeah, you did hear my mom voice, my mom concern come out right away for Trent Thornton.
Well, let's go from
such a nice guy,
from the heat and the momming to the baseball. 30 runs in 3 games. Obviously the wind and the heat were part of that, but that doesn't account for all of it. What did you see? What was the difference offensively this weekend?
It was the traffic in front of the home runs. I know we could talk about Donovan Solano and his home runs. That was kind of fun to see. But like if you look, in the earlier games, I call them like unselfish at bats. So often hitters want to get in there and, with runners on or a runner on third, and they're looking for something middle in, something they can yank, something they can really destroy. And he just has the temperament to be like, I understand what this guy is trying to do to me, and I am just going to put the ball in play, go the opposite way. The whole right side of the field is open for me. I'm going to drive the ball that way. I'm going to score this run. I'm going to pass the baton on to the guy behind me because I trust him that he's going to continue this. So I feel like there was a lot of that in this kind of series. In addition to, all of the crazy, home runs that we saw in the finale, 2 from Don Canzone and 2 from Donovan Solano. What is going on with Donovan Solano? And I've asked him, I'm like, what'd you change? What'd you do? Come on, there's got to be something. It's like, nope.
There has to be something.
Changed.
There has to be. There has to be. He was, Angie, for the first month of the season, legitimately one of the worst hitters we've ever seen. Just by the numbers. His numbers were horrendous.
His OPS was sub 300.
That's an incomprehensible number. And in the last 36 days, he's been the second best hitter in baseball.
Yeah, if you go back to last year, he'll tell you the same thing. Like, he's a slow starter. I'm like, I guess. And you look at his numbers, and like he basically, started off really slow and then went on a tear, was hitting over 400, made them bring him up with the big league team, and then he was pretty consistent from there. I probably will talk about this later today too. Seitzer says he loves stubborn guys. Guys that they trust their way, they know their way, because he knows that they're not going to waver. And I don't want to pick on him, but if we think about like Jared Kelenic, he worked with Tim Laker that off season, down in California, and he was great. Like he started off the season, he was fantastic. He was ripping, everything was fantastic, staying inside the ball, pulling the soft stuff, perfect, just where you want to be. And then all of a sudden he gets a little bit of failure and he changes everything. And so that's what Seitzer's talking about. He loves stubborn guys. And, I think Donovan Solano, he's a veteran and likely very stubborn. He had an approach. He knows how to hit. The outcomes weren't there. They really weren't there. But he continued with his process. stayed with it, and here we are now.
I know MLB clubhouses are very different than NFL locker rooms. Angie Mentink here with us. In the course of a marathon season is very different than the 17 battles in the NFL, Angie. But I am curious. In the NFL, when a guy got cut, right, when a veteran got cut, it was a little bit of a wake-up. Everybody sat a little taller in the team meeting room. Right, you did notice who was coming in on Tuesdays on the off day to work out. Wow, they brought in 3 tackles. They brought in a kicker, right? They brought in somebody to work out. Like if that was your position, you kind of sat your chair a little higher. Your focus and your pencil was a little sharper for the notes and everything else. The move of Rowdy Tellez and a veteran that gets moved on and let go. Any correlation or just causation, anything you would point to with that move, and then the response, so much so, of Solano and Garver and some of the veteran pieces this weekend?
It's an interesting question because, you do go through some things, and, there was some frustration perhaps written on a whiteboard inside the clubhouse, the day that he was let go, and we were kind of wondering, where'd that come from? Is that from the team, before that was in town, or is that new? Is this Rowdy, related? He was a really popular player. Everybody liked Rowdy, but I think that there is something to that where, you're kind of saying, I don't think that's, what's going on with Donovan Solano, if you will. But I do think that, it is one of those things that it makes people realize, like, hey, your spot here isn't guaranteed. I do think that football, it has that luxury a little bit more, like the more effort you put into things, a lot of times the more outcome you get, where that can be really counterproductive in baseball. The more you try to chase hits, the more you try to make things happen, the less they will happen, because it's just such a reactionary, and I'm more talking on the hitting side of things than I am on the pitching side of things.
How good is Cal Raleigh?
Oh, I don't even, I'm kind of mad at him. I'm like, dude, I don't have the vocabulary. I don't have the lexicon to keep up with you and what you are doing. It's just bonkers. I mean, it is absolutely bonkers. And the home run in the 9th inning of just that, the
crazy Saturday game.
He's dragging. I mean, he's just dragging. You're seeing his hands behind home plate. They're not moving as fast. He's just got to be absolutely gassed. And he gets up there, and I made them replay it. I'm like, I think I saw his bat splinter. They go, I think they said from the truck, I think it was sweat. And I'm like, let's take another look. His bat splintered. I mean, he splintered, broke his bat, opposite field, home run. I mean, this guy is just really special. And I was saying it to Aaron yesterday on the broadcast. It's like, you just drop the fact that he's a catcher, because now you're just putting him into, the greatest names that are playing this game or have ever played this game with what he's doing offensively. The fact that he is a catcher, it's almost like, you ought to put the asterisk, and he gets like more, just because of what he's doing in the position he plays. It's just incredible.
Okay, tough question. We've been
Send me words, adjectives. I need them, everybody.
Angie, I wrote the same thing in our email to each other last night, to Brock and Moore and Lyle. Like, I'm running out of words to talk about this guy. So let me ask you, take this from the other side. And I know that, you were a hitter, not a pitcher, but how would you pitch to Cal? If you were the Twins right now and he's coming in for a 4-game series, I know there's no real good answer to this question, but what would you do from the other side to prepare for a full series of Cal Raleigh?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I wouldn't throw him a first pitch strike, because he's got 12 home runs now on first pitches, on 0-0 counts. The team leads baseball with 32. So he's in hitting mode when he steps in, particularly if you give him a heater. So maybe and there's been times, where he has dipped, and you've seen, I think it was like 7 games, that homerless drought. That he didn't homer. Teams were really going soft with him. A lot of breaking ball stuff, and a lot of times that's really hard to keep in the zone. And sometimes he was chasing. When Cal is at his best, he's taking those walks. You know, if they're going to go around you, you just have to take those walks, and that's really hard for him to be patient. But yeah, he's on time right now for the heaters, and he's ready to go from moment one. So I don't really know that I want to try to explain how to pitch against Cal Raleigh, though. I hope they keep doing everything that they are, and everybody's trying. I mean, everybody is trying right now to get out Cal, and they're just not having a lot of luck. Because at some point, you gotta come in the zone to him when he is spitting on that stuff outside the zone. 2 walks yesterday. That's important for him to continue to do.
Salk and I danced around this topic a little bit last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. We'll probably get into it more with Passan tomorrow. But you're just so close in proximity to this team and to these players and watching everything behind the scenes as well. If I were to ask you who has a higher ceiling in their career, who just has a higher ceiling, Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez?
Oh, you're naughty. You are so naughty.
I know. It's a hard question.
Well, I just say Cal for 2 things, and I'm not saying that Julio's not going to get there. Cal has, in addition to everything that we talked about, this incredible ability and the length in his swing to be able to hit the fastball, adjust to the breaking ball. He has this, incredible ability to, handle this pitching staff. He's so good behind the plate on the edge pitches. He plays this grueling position. But here's the thing that, to me, is just so incredibly impressive about Cal. His heartbeat, his ability in the clutch situations to slow the game down. Nothing ever gets too big. He doesn't get too tense. And he is just so good at that. I don't know if it's because he grew up in the game. His dad was a coach. He's put it in perspective. And I think that's really important, putting the game, in proper perspective. Julio wants to come through so badly in those situations right now, and I think, he tries a little hard. He gets a little tense. I'm not saying that he's not going to get there in his career, but I feel like not even all those other things that I talked about separating them. It's the ability to slow down the game and not make things happen. And his ability to react. That's so impressive with Cal.
I wonder, Shannon, we were talking to Shannon on Friday, and she was saying that Julio was in the cage. She saw him in the cage for a long, extended session with both Kevin Seitzer and Edgar and going through swing stuff. And, we've had lots of conversations on this show about Julio and trying to figure it out. And I just think he swings at too many pitches total. Like, it just is his not even in the zone, out of the zone, just too many pitches. But I wonder if for all of the coaching, all of the swing stuff, I wonder if, and it's been so helpful for Brian Wu, if maybe there's just some mental skills training that would be really beneficial for Julio. And I'm not trying to overreact to your comments, what you just said about wanting to succeed so badly versus slowing the game down in those big moments. But God, this guy's so unbelievably talented. He's now 24 years old. We're waiting for this to really kick in, and it hasn't yet. And so I wonder how much of that would be beneficial to him.
Julio needs to get back to being Julio. And I'm going to compare something. You guys saw it. You guys were here, so I'm not like breaking news or anything. Remember Jared Kelenic and Julio, both of them, together, right? And Jared Kelenic, at that time, he was supposed to be the guy. You remember that? He's supposed to be the guy. Julio, getting bad strikes called on him. He's laughing. He's having a good time. Just whatever happened to him, bad, good, used that energy and soaked it up and just turned it around like Kung Fu Panda. Just turned it around and threw it right back at whoever, brought him anything bad. Because Jared Kelenic was supposed to be the guy. He was fighting air. Like, he was just so mad at everything because he was supposed to be the guy. And it's kind of like, I feel like right now, it's like, Julio's supposed to be the guy, but Cal's the guy. You know what I mean? It's kind of that same sort of a little bit of that same dynamic with the two. Julio needs to get back to enjoying and loving and having fun with the game, because the guy that I see right now who's supposed to be the guy in his all business is not the same guy that I saw make his major league debut and play this game, freely, with joy. And that's hard, because, with contracts and expectations and everything, it changes things and people. But I definitely think that Julio needs to get back to being Julio. He has that base. He's got a good family. He's got good people around him. So, and he's also, as you guys know, have dealt with a lot of things off the field now that would crumple people. The things that happened, at his house and everything on Mercer Island has been, well documented in the news. But that's a lot. That's a lot for somebody his age. And for anybody, can you imagine that at your age?
Yep. Yeah, no good. No bueno. Hey, last thing for me here, Ange, and maybe this is tough because you and Aaron were getting IVs on the plane, and yet, you're really rehydrating, didn't have a chance to dig into the notes. It's still early on this Monday morning, but have you taken a peek at Minnesota in this 4-game set, and what do you think will be kind of some of the biggest keys to at a minimum split and hopefully find a way to win this series against these Twins who are struggling right now to put things together?
Yeah, they just got abused by the Brewers, and they've I will say this, yesterday's game, I actually watched it last night when we got in, and they came back in that game. They made it a game. They weren't giving up their at bats at the end. They're doing a lot of good things. But it all kind of, begins and ends with pitching, and their pitching has struggled. They've also had some wind and some weather and things like that too. I'm not exactly sure we're hearing that there might be rain, but it'll be interesting, to see, if their pitching can rebound. But yeah, they've had 8 one-run losses. So straight, 8 one-run losses. They've lost their last 8 one-run games. So I think that, if the Mariners keep hitting the way, they are hitting, this could be a really good series for them. But you always have to be careful with that caged animal, that cornered animal.
Yep.
Did you know Brock is his daughter's getting married this weekend?
Oh my gosh!
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, Angie? How do you feel?
Tough guys, I feel old.
Yeah, I think we all do. Haley's getting married on Saturday.
Oh, I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited, and I hope you do sob. I hope you enjoy this day, and I'm sure it's not going to be fun for you to write that check. But I hope that you enjoy what you've done and the decisions that you've made.
Many checks. Many checks.
A singular check?
Yeah.
I had no idea about weddings. I had no idea about all these things that they do now that we didn't do 20, 30 years ago. Yeah. These gift bags here and this thing
we can
there.
do the barbecue in the backyard, baby.
Yeah, that's right.
No, Dad.
There's an open bar, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all that matters. Just making sure. Just, if
I'm excited for you. That's awesome. So sweet. So sweet.
Pretty cool.
Keep it rolling, Angie. Thank you for
great
all
stuff.
the time.
Great weekend. Hopefully the conditions are a little more comfortable for you guys the rest of the road trip. But we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit. We'll talk soon.
You got it. Take care, guys.
There's the great Angie Mentink, and we're going to come back to quite a few of those things this morning, especially the thoughts on Julio and Cal. There's a lot in there, and I think there's an interesting case to be made about some of the emotional and mental part of this game that's really hard to quantify, but I thought Angie did a nice job with it. So we'll come back to that. Before we do it, yesterday I think I used 3 different words to describe the Mariners. After watching them for a 4th day on this road trip, I think I've got a 4th word, and it might be better than the first 3. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one
hell of a model American.
Now, the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It, really like, it felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we're rolling along here. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, 97.3 HD2. If you like your radio in crystal clear high definition, that's a good way to do it. We'll talk to Jeff Passan, of course, this morning at 8:30, and we got some other fun stuff in store this morning as well. So yesterday, I was just chatting about this. Yesterday, I called the Mariners, well, three things. I said they were strange, right, and unpredictable. And then I also said they were threatening, that they just looked threatening. And over the course of the weekend, you felt some of that threat even on Saturday when they lost. They got down 8-1, and you're like, well, we're 9-1, I guess it was. For a lot of teams, that's sort of say goodnight. But for the Mariners on that day, with some of the power they've got right now, it didn't feel that way. And they were never able to claw all the way back, but they came close. And so I did feel as if they did a great job of being threatening. The unpredictability, well, obviously we've seen that over the course of the whole season and some of the strangeness of baseball and trying to figure it all out. But after watching them again last night and obviously being prisoner to the moment, I'll throw a fourth word on there, a fourth description, and I'll say they look explosive. Over these last 4 games, the Mariners have been explosive. I got a stat for you. You want a good stat? Lyle, you know I'm a stat guy, and not the one I just asked you about, because the Mariners do have 14 home runs in their last 4 games on this road trip. That's a lot. 14 home runs on this road trip. They struck out 10 times last night, by the way. Like, I know I've told you I'm not going to get too into the whole strikeout thing, but you can certainly survive 10 strikeouts in a game when you hit 4 home runs and a double, right? That's going to win you a lot of games. You get traffic on the bases and then pound home runs. Yeah, you can strike out sometimes. Okay, they're just outs. Well, if you hit 14 home runs in 4 games, you're probably going to win a lot of them, and they've won 3 of them. But that's not the number I was going to use. I got a number that I think shows their level of explosiveness here in the last 4 games. 11 of 36. Care to guess what that is?
I'm going to guess those are their numbers with runners in scoring position.
Probably sounds that way, but no. 36 is not a number of at-bats. 36 is a number of innings they've played on this road trip. They've played 36 innings, and in 11 of those 36 innings, the Mariners have put up a crooked number. That's explosive. That's finding ways. Yeah, they've hit some solo home runs, and they've occasionally had, 1-run innings, and obviously some of them they haven't scored. But in 11 of the 36 innings, so what, in 4 games, you're talking about nearly 3 innings per game. The Mariners are putting up multiple runs. And if you look through it, that's a little more anecdotal, you start seeing 4 here, 6 here, 5 there, like big innings where they essentially put the game to bed. 11 of their 36 innings on this road trip offensively, they've scored multiple runs. Crooked numbers. Big deal. Big deal. And so, yeah, it is amazing how dead in the water they looked a week or so ago to how they look now. It looks like a totally different team. Like a totally different team. And, yeah, I sort of crack up here as I read this text from the 425 this morning saying, remember when small ball was all the rage at the beginning of the year? Yeah, look, hit home runs, especially in warm weather. Like, small ball, I think the idea was find a way to get through the lousy weather and the way this ballpark plays here in Seattle early in the season. Be able to beat a team in multiple ways. But once you get out on the road, once you get to places like Chicago in June when it's 100 degrees or Minnesota, what are you going to do? Hit home runs. Hit home runs. And they've done that, and they've put up crooked numbers, and they've knocked in the traffic that they've had on the bases here over the last few days. And so, yeah, there's a few different parts to this. I liked this cut from Julio last night after the game on the field.
I mean, it's awesome. You know, I feel like right now we're doing playing to our identity, to say it like that. We're doing what we know how to do, what to do, and you know, staying within yourself and like, you know, putting the ball in play. We're getting a lot of hits, driving in a lot of runs, and like, you know, that's what this team is capable of doing.
Yeah, they are doing all those things. That's for sure. They're playing to their identity. Okay, so what does that mean? Because there have been times as recently as like 2 weeks ago where people were saying, oh, what is the identity of this team? Well, when it's going well, it looks like this, right? It's starter after starter after starter, every night a quality start, every night putting pressure on the other team because they know they're not going to score a ton of runs. And on the flip side, right now, it seems to be pressurizing your opponent and doing it with a lot of power. I mean, I said this last week, and I'm going to keep kind of beating the drum for it. It's funny because I was not sure how this would work when he first came over, and I don't think he's an all-star or like a complete game changer for a team, but Luke Raley really does fit the Mariner identity. He's the kind of player you're looking for. Big, strong, can hit the ball out of the ballpark, but can run. He's aggressive, handles the bat. He kind of does everything. He might have put the game to bed early last night.
Here's the pitch to him. Swung on, drilled, center field. Buxton racing back. He's looking up, and this is gone. Luke Raley, a tank to center field. The Mariners playing long ball. 6-run inning. It's 6-0 in the third. A massive home run by Luke Raley. Welcome back.
Yeah, well, he's got a whole, what is he now, 5 for 9, I think, since returning, with a home run and a couple driven in. Yeah, he's destroying the ball. He comes back red hot, and he's making a difference. Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising that a team that has taken names like Rivas, Moore, and Mastrobuoni out of their everyday, starting role and move them back to a bench role to which they're more suited and not overexposing guys like that is having a lot more success offensively. And then there's been one other thing, and I will say of everything that's happened this year, well, I don't know, there's been a million surprises for the Mariners this year. I was definitely not expecting Cal to be on a 66 home run pace, or 67 as of this morning, but he is, and we'll talk a lot more about him over the course of the day. I was not expecting Polanco to have the season that he's had so far this year. That's been pretty darn shocking. JP has obviously exceeded all expectations, but I'll throw Canzone's success right up there with anything that I've been surprised by. Because for the last 2 seasons, including this year at AAA, dude looked like a 4A player. Too good for AAA, not good enough for the bigs. Not fast enough, doesn't really fit, I think, some of the identity that we just talked about with Luke Raley. Not a great defensive player, and it seemed to me anyway like the Mariners were just sort of like kind of done. That was the vibe I got. Nobody said that. I don't mean that they were, outwardly saying that, but it just sort of felt like, yeah, Canzone doesn't really have a shot to make this team. He's a 4A player. You use him for depth if you need him, if somebody gets hurt. And then somebody did get hurt, and they still didn't use him, right? You see Robles go out for a long period of time, and they were still like, yeah, no, we're going to bring in Leody Taveras. Like, they tried everything. And in the meantime, Canzone was crushing the ball in AAA. And I'm of the belief that that means nothing. I feel like I've seen that good numbers at AAA guy before. Like, oh, he's killing at AAA, bring him up. And then you bring him up and he stinks. And you're like, yeah, because he's a 4A player. Sorry. Like, I've gone down that road too many times. Well, Canzone has done the opposite. He's been amazing. Looks like a different guy. Maybe he figured it out at age 27. It happens. The Brent Rooker types, every once in a while, guys do figure it out later in their career. It's a little late for it, but he has, the physical power to hit the ball out of the ballpark. You know that. And what we've seen since he's returned, I think, has been a much better approach to hitting. I saw Jason Churchill last night talking about how he's been much shorter to the ball, and I think there has been some of that. So over the last 4 games, you've seen a different Mariner team. 509 says, Salk, you're talking like this team is running away with the division. No, I'm not. I'm talking about what I've seen over the last 4 games. The same way in the previous 10 games, we were talking about what we were seeing then. I told you, man, I'm done making long-range predictions for what this team is going to do over the next week, 2 weeks, a month. I don't know. I have no idea. Starting tonight, we could see the same Mariners that we saw at home last week, and they could score 5 runs in 3 games. Or they could score 5 runs in the first inning tonight. They're very unpredictable. There is a level of inconsistency. But what we've seen here on this road trip, I think would best be described as explosive. They have had an explosive offense to go with their, what is starting to become, again, their typical approach to starting pitching, which is throwing a quality start at you every night. And they've done it, other than, unfortunately, the one start from Hancock on a crazy day. So I'm going to give them a little bit of an excuse. They've just thrown unbelievable starting pitching at you, an explosive offense, scoring multiple runs in 11 of 36 innings. You keep doing that, you're going to win a lot of baseball games.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline.
You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects?
I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know.
Yeah, the Mariners are hitting, and they're hitting home runs, and because of it, they're winning a bunch of games right now. They did that in Minnesota last night. Julio doing it early in the game. Then it was Luke Raley. We just played you his 3-run bomb. Dominic Canzone later.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on, crushed right field. This is blasted. It's on its way, and it is way gone. Tom Canzone hit it on the patio above the 23-foot wall in right field. That bounding ball nearly left the ballpark. Tom Canzone smashes another one. And the Mariners extend the lead. It is 7-0.
Yeah, he has just been red hot as well. 8 of their 11 runs come via the long ball last night. And I should, of course, mention this guy had one as well.
The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball. Deep to left field. And this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. And Cal Raleigh has become the first Mariner in history to hit 10 or more home runs in 3 consecutive months. A 2-run home run here in the top of the 9th inning. The Mariners now lead Minnesota 11-2. Cal hit 12 home runs in April, 10 in May, 10 more. There's number 10 here in the month of June. And Cal Raleigh with more history tonight here in Minnesota. And the incredible season just continues.
Yeah, and by the way, we still have another week left in June, so he's got time to add a couple more home runs to that total. Julio impressed with his teammate.
It is surprising every day, to be honest. Like, man, like, it's unbelievable what we're watching. I feel like that's something that we have never seen before. Coming from a catcher too, like what he's doing is so special, and like, you know, I'm very happy for him, to be honest. Like, it feels really good to see him succeed, and just what he's doing with in the game of baseball. I just think he's so cool, man, and I just hope he can keep this up. You know, I think he's going to be a great help for us, but I just hope he can keep this up.
Well, so far, he's shown no sign of slowing down. This is the third time this year he's had his 6 home runs in a 6-game stretch. So Cal is red hot and finding ways to just continue to dominate the opposition. And the Mariners are as well. I mean, they've now won 3 out of 4 here on this road trip with 3 more to play in Minnesota. They're throwing, starting pitching at you. Brian Wu was tremendous last night, went 6 innings, only allowed a couple of solo shots. And even that was after they had the big lead, and he was really almost pitching more to contact. He was dominant, and if you're going to score 10-plus runs every night, that's going to lead to a whole lot of wins. Houston off last night, so the M's do pick up half a game. They're 4.5 out. Astros will host the Phillies, while Luis Castillo and Chris Paddock get going tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, there was more for Cal as well. Let's talk through this. He was named the AL Player of the Week, excuse me. Yes, Gino Suarez was the NL Player of the Week, but the numbers for Cal are pretty incredible. .417 batting average, that's 10 for 24. Home runs, he had 5 of them. RBI, he had 12 of them. Runs scored, 10 of them. Couple of doubles, 3 walks, of course, and went 2 for 2 in stealing bases in 6 games. The numbers, as we said, .417 batting average, .481 on base, slugging .1125, which makes for a 1,606 OPS. That's in another world. I mean, Cal that's the best way to describe him. He has been otherworldly. In fact, Angie Mentink is putting him up there with the all-timers.
You know, I was saying it to Aaron yesterday on the broadcast. It's like, you just drop the fact that he's a catcher, because now you're just putting him into, the greatest names that are playing this game or have ever played this game with what he's doing offensively. The fact that he is a catcher, it's almost like, you ought to put the asterisk and he gets like more, just because of what he's doing in the position he plays. It's just incredible.
He's been remarkable, and continuing to see some of the rewards of that. It was also promotion day across the organization. A couple of prospects, Laz Montez, Michael Arroyo, are both moving out of Everett and up to AA Arkansas. As for Montez, he led the Northwest League in a ton of categories. Home runs, RBIs, slugging, OPS, tied for the league in triples, third in walk. I mean, you kind of go through it. It's pretty amazing. And Arroyo putting up an OPS over 900. He had a lot of success and was all over the leaderboard as well. Now, it's not easy to hit in Arkansas. So these two guys, and for them, it's all about hitting. These are hitters. I mean, Montez is trying to play right field. Arroyo's trying to play second base. Hopefully, one or both of them can stick at a position, because having to move them either to first or DH would be a bummer and hurt some of their value. But they both did okay, at least, in single A. We'll see what it looks like in a much tougher hitting park in Arkansas, much tougher league to hit in as well. Lefty Brandon Garcia, big Lyle Goldstein guy, was promoted from AA to Tacoma. He is a candidate for sure to help the big club as a reliever, possibly even this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, I'm going to keep mentioning this. I love the story from John Boyle at Seahawks.com. It's about Mike McDonald's father, Hugh McDonald, who was a West Point graduate, served in the Army, currently battling kidney disease, and actually needs a new kidney. He's yet to find a match, but that's not really what the story is about. He's instead asking folks to look at this website, dovetransplant.org, D-O-V-E, like the bird, dovetransplant.org, and it's an organization that helps veterans in need of kidneys. And it's a very selfless way, and the picture painted of his father is really incredible. And it also speaks to some of the military reverence and usage of the terminology that we've heard just talking to Mike McDonald over the last year or so. And I love this quote from the coach. It says, "When I was a kid, I went to bed at night on West Point stores. Those were my bedtime stories as a kid." So that's really as far back as I can remember. It was just the pride that my dad had with his classmates and the way they impacted the world, and then just understanding these are the people that have volunteered to put it on the line for our country. There's a deep respect for that. Keep going and read the rest of the article if you have time at Seahawks.com, or at the very least, go to dovetransplant.org. That's everything you need to know this morning. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. A little bit of football talk at 8 o'clock. I got a couple things, man. We went national again the other day, which was exciting. And wait till you guys hear this Russell Wilson story at 7:45 for Blue 88. Wait till I play you guys this sound. You will be shocked. You'll be blown away. I was blown away when I read it. I heard it this morning. I couldn't believe it. And some of it's inaccurate, I think. Some of it goes too hard on Russ. I will defend Russ for part of this at 7:45, I promise. So that's coming up in about 20 minutes. Before we get there, Angie said something yesterday, and I found myself thinking about it throughout the day. I'm still not sure what it all means, but I know that there's something to it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Look, summertime means a lot of things. Different things, different people. Weekend trips, vacation. The kids are out of school now, right? We get it. You got a lot going on. So you might be thinking you're too busy to start that diet, the workout, the weight loss plan. Come on, enough with the excuses. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is going to make it so easy for you. You're not going to feel like you're adding on one more thing to your busy life, I promise. Instead, you're going to be subtracting a ton of weight. I did it. I lost 35 pounds. Ryan Roland Smith did it. He lost 30 pounds. Just got a text from a listener last week saying he was down 42 pounds with more to go. Summer is the perfect time to get this done. I found that I had a lot more energy, not feeling hungry all the time, still eating food and good food. Plan even allows for a cheat now and again. But Dr. Coogan has worked with over 4,000 local people to deliver successful results. Why don't you try to be the next? Schedule that 15-minute consult with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Progressive knows not all rides are smooth. Meet Sarah. She loves her motorcycle. What she doesn't love is when it suddenly rains. As she sits underneath a bridge waiting for it to stop, she grows quite fond of the graffiti on the overpass. She really likes the one with John Hart's Claire and wonders if they're still together. Not every ride is smooth, but Progressive has your back. Get an online quote in as little as 3 minutes and see if you can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Evan Cohen here. According to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand headcount for 2025. If you're one of these employers, add ZipRecruiter's latest feature, Zip Intro, to your hiring plan. It does most of the work for you, so you save time. Just pick a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. You can even meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Dreyer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at WOISeattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio two-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Values have to be within your leadership staff, right? And then that filters down into the rest of your staff.
We are together, we are a team, and without that thought process, we're sunk.
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it.
They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family.
As much as I'd love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, how cool is this? So we've been talking about the All-Star voting, right? And Cal, well, just dominating at the catcher position, and as he should. We're going to talk a little bit more about Cal here in a moment. But it's not just Cal, right? You want to vote for Julio and JP, and they all need your help to secure a spot at this year's Midsummer Classic in Atlanta this year. Anyway, you can vote 5 times a day, every day. You can do that through, Thursday this week? Thursday is the last day. So, yes, you can go to MLB.com/vote. But I thought this was cool. I don't know who designed this. I had nothing to do with it, but I think it's amazing. Probably something Justin figured out. But you can now vote directly from the Seattle Sports app. Yeah. Just go to our app, click the vote tab in the lower right corner, and you can vote directly from the app. How cool is that? I didn't even know we had that kind of capability. In fact, I'm opening up the app right now as I'm talking to you guys just to see how this whole thing works. But yeah, there it is. Vote. You just click on the bottom right corner, and it takes you right there. That's amazing. You can vote for everybody on the All-Star team just by going to our app. How cool is that? It actually works. That's really, really neat. So yeah, download.
They're already listening to us anyways.
Yeah, if you're already listening, if you stream the show, or maybe you stream the video of the show, whatever, like, you can just click on vote, and you can vote 5 times a day for Cal over the next couple of days. So let's help the guy out. He's certainly doing everything for us. We could do it a little bit.
I mean, he's going to be there, but I'm sure it's nice to see the numbers. JP probably needs a little more help.
Yeah, I don't think JP's going to make it, but I think that it would be, again, a nice service to JP to show some support, given the great season that he's had for the Mariners. And that leads us ultimately to Julio. And I do think Julio should be an All-Star. I want to state that for the record. I think Julio Rodriguez should be an All-Star. I've said this before, and I know nobody cares, but I'll say it again. I would look at what he did at the end of last year. I think that's relevant. I think that just looking at the two and a half month sample is not enough to decide who an all-star is. And if you have the opportunity, if the player's been in the league, more than just his rookie season, what you do in August and September is important. More important, really, than what you do in April and May. So I absolutely put some value in a great end to last season. I also think it's called the all-star game for a reason. If you have an opportunity to add stars, you do it. And Julio is one of those players that adds to the game. It leads to the next question of, is he truly a star? And I think he is. He's not a superstar right now. I'm going to say yes. And if for no other reason than just because of the sheer amount of wins that he contributes to. He's in the top 20, 25 in the league in WAR. That's despite not really having a great season hitting the ball. So every conversation we have about Julio, even if it's sort of about some of the frustration that you're not getting even more from Julio, it at least needs to start by recognizing that what he has done is actually pretty incredible. The fact that he contributes and helps in that many ways, and that whatever struggles, quote unquote, he's had with the bat have not followed him out to the field, have not followed him for the most part to the base paths, all of those things you got to reference over and over again. Those are all, again, mature beyond his years in a lot of ways. But look, let's be clear. As great as Cal has been, and Cal has been unbelievable, beyond unbelievable, MVP worthy. If Julio were to do Julio, be full-time Julio, like the one we've seen for a month at a time, while Cal is doing this, as I said yesterday, this is a World Series contender. It is. You put those two stars together doing that type of production, and then everything else that is sort of can fall in around them with this starting pitching, you're a World Series contender in June. You still got to add at the deadline, and they need a little help, I think, in their bullpen. And, maybe you have an opportunity to add a first or a third base. Like, there's still things you can do to get better. But if you have Julio Rodriguez reaching his potential, along with Cal Raleigh doing what he's doing right now, that's sort of that fearsome twosome that leads to championships. Like, that's where they come from, right? Having two guys hitting 2-3 in your order that you can't get out. And you're worried about it coming back around, especially with JP getting on base over 40% of the time. And then you go to Randy and Raley and, right? You start to add on to that. And you try to add at the deadline to try to just lengthen out that lineup. And then maybe you get the opportunity for a Josh Naylor or a Ryan O'Hearn or whomever it is to help just lengthen out the lineup. Yeah, that's the way you start to win championships, especially when you talk about rolling out the starting pitching that this team has. The question is, could you get Cal and Julio both hot like that at the same time? And I don't know the answer to it, but I want to go back to what Angie said yesterday. I really enjoyed our conversation with Angie yesterday. And I'll play you the first part of this cut now, and then I'm going to pause it, and I'll play you the second part afterwards. But here is Angie comparing Cal, in this story about Julio, to something we've seen in the past.
Remember Jared Kelenic and Julio, both of them together. Right? And Jared Kelenic, at that time, he was supposed to be the guy. Mm-hmm. You remember that? Mm-hmm. He's supposed to be the guy. Julio getting bad strikes called on him. He's laughing. He's having a good time. Just whatever happened to him, bad, good, used that energy and soaked it up and just turned it around like Kung Fu Panda. Just turned it around and threw it right back at whoever, brought him anything bad. Because Jared Kelenic was supposed to be the guy. He was fighting air. Like, he was just so mad at everything because he was supposed to be the guy. And it's kind of like, I feel like right now, it's like Julio's supposed to be the guy, but Cal's the guy,
So what does that mean? And I'll come back to that cut. I got about 10 seconds left in it. But great analogy and a great thought from Angie there. Does Julio feel, and now we're just speculating because I don't know the answer to it. Does Julio feel surpassed by Cal? I mean, probably in his heart of hearts right now. How could he not? Like, if you gave him a, truth serum and really dug deeply, how could you not feel that way? Right? I mean, like, and I remember I asked Jared about this, and people got kind of upset about that question when I asked him that when I went down to see him in Tacoma. Like, hey, do you feel like it's hard because of the success Julio's having? And, he didn't really want to answer it, not surprisingly. But I felt like it was a fair question, just like I think it's a fair question right now about Julio. Go ahead, Maura.
Well, I think, yes, there has to be some of that. But earlier in the year when he was at least, you were commending him for getting on base and doing other things. I thought maybe there was also a slight sense of relief because there was so much burden put on him early on to be the superstar that the spotlight wasn't on him. But then, you kind of thought that was you were going to see him heat up more as the season went along with some of that pressure off.
Yeah. I'll believe that part of the story when it leads to the success, right? Because so much of baseball is about taking that pressure off. You're right. We did sort of like, hey, Cal's kind of taking all of this off of Julio. And, because Cal's just unbelievable right now, we're not talking as much about some of the challenges that Julio's having, lack of power, this, that, and the other. Well, yeah, but you got to then start capitalizing on that lack of pressure. And here we sit, June 24th, and, he did hit a home run last night. Hopefully that's a sign of things to come. A couple of hits last night for Julio as well, a couple of extra base hits. So hopefully that is, again, the moment that sort of leads to his big breakout, because putting Julio and Cal together is World Series kind of stuff. But, yeah, I think on one hand, that probably takes some pressure off of him. But the other is it's also got to be a daily reminder of what he's supposed to be. Every time Cal's holding that trident up in the air, I'm sure there's a part of Julio that's like, God, that used to be my trident. I want to hold up the trident. And then you start trying to hold the trident, and then you don't hit, then you don't hit, and you start flailing, and, you can get yourself out of sorts very quickly. So, yeah, it is reminiscent a little bit of Julio and Kelenic. This story goes back farther, just in my time here, the story of Ackley and Seager, right? Dustin Ackley drafted number 2 overall, Kyle Seager third-round pick, I want to say. Both out of North Carolina. I believe both guys had played with each other even through high school. They knew each other really well. They weren't necessarily close. I think people thought they were closer than they were. And I think there were some issues there between not just them, but their families, et cetera. But Ackley was supposed to be the guy. And there's a lot of pressure on him to be the guy. And there was not really any pressure on Kyle Seager to be the guy because he was a third-round pick who was just really in Dustin Ackley's shadows. And guess what? Obviously, he's surpassed Ackley in every single imaginable way. So those dynamics are tricky. It's always tricky when you've got two guys that are both supposed to be great. And when one of them starts to do it and the other one doesn't, and very often it's the guy who has less to lose, less pressure on him, that starts to have the success earlier. And then once you have the success, it can feed off the success. The thing for Julio is once he started having it and eventually Kelenic ends up kind of going away, it didn't maintain. And Cal has just come in and you know, kind of come off the wing and surpassed everybody from the shadows. Amazing what he's done. Now, he's 4 years older, too, and I think that's important. He's 28. Julio's just 24. Here's the last part of this, and then I'll move on to the other thing here from Angie. As hard as I think those dynamics are with two people who were drafted highly or, you know, highly touted like these two guys, think about how impressive this pitching staff is and what hasn't happened there. Logan, first-round pick. Hancock, first-round pick. Kirby, first-round pick. Miller and Wu, high picks who've kind of rocketed up through the system. Like, these guys are all big pick. And then, of course, you know, Luis Castillo, who was the biggest star before he came in. They haven't had any of that. There is none of that. Oh, my God, this guy did it. I'm supposed to be doing it. Why aren't I doing it? None of it. And, again, we don't know if that's really what's happening with Julio. This is just sort of a speculation. But you haven't seen any of that at all with the pitching staff. Unbelievable testament to them and to the pitching coaches and the mental skills coaches and everybody associated with that. Tremendous, tremendous work. Let me play you the end of this deal from Angie because she presents a path forward for Julio.
I mean, it's kind of that same sort of a little bit of that same dynamic with the two. Julio needs to get back to enjoying and loving and having fun with the game.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I agree with her. I totally agree. It's really hard to do because it's one of those cyclical issues, right? You start having fun, so you start hitting well, and then that's fun, and then you keep hitting better. But it's hard to figure out how to break that cycle. I was talking about this with Cecily the other day, and it's like, well, you know, I want my basketball teammates to trust me, but I've got to hit shots and do well in order for that to happen. But I don't feel confident right now because they don't have their trust, so I'm not hitting the shots. Like it's a cycle, right? And at some point, you've got to do something to break the vicious cycle. So for Julio, it either means getting through and just having a couple of good days to start feeling some of that joy, or faking the joy and confidence until it comes back around. I don't know how it works. He seems to have it in the field. I'm not saying he's been joyless, but I think Angie's right. Moore, you pointed out that when Scott Service first had that conversation with Julio that we played a million times, right, of being in that room down at spring training and telling him that he made the team, what was his big message and his long-term vision for Julio?
Don't ever lose that joy.
Don't ever lose that joy.
But we talked about whether that's even realistic when someone
hard to do
has the burden that he has of being the superstar.
It's really hard to do. It's hard to do when everybody wants a piece of you.
Yeah.
Everybody wants something from you, and over time, you can start to get isolated and insulate yourself from all of the people around you that want something. The media wants an interview. This person wants to write a book. This person wants an autograph. This person wants your money. This person wants you to invest. This person wants your time. Like, it's nonstop. So, yeah, I mean, the fact that he remains and retains a lot of the smile that he still has is great. But I appreciate what Angie's saying there. I don't know how he accomplishes that, but the ultimate result of it is so massive. The development of Cal Raleigh as this superstar Bonds-like hitter right now, and we'll talk more about that with Passan at 8:30, has provided a pathway for a dynamic duo. And if you can get Julio to that point with everything else this team has pitching-wise, everything else kind of falls into place at that point. I know I've gotten grief over the years, and I'm going to go to Blue 88 here in a minute. I've gotten grief over the years for the article I wrote, a column I wrote a few years ago saying I think the Mariners are going to win a World Series, or here you go, this is a World Series kind of roster. And people were mad because it didn't include, some bad players at the bottom of that roster. But the crux of that point was with this kind of pitching and a superstar like Julio, teams that have players like that eventually get to the World Series. You got Cal, who stepped into that role. Teams with two of those guys, now you start having a legitimate conversation about what's possible. You got to do it, though. You got to do it. And you got to do it for more than just the last 4 days. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewert breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Salk, your problem is you think there's an answer to everything, and there isn't an answer to everything in baseball. There are no answers. You know what? You're probably right, but I got a 4-hour radio show to do, so I'm out there looking for ideas. I don't know.
You've been very clear that no one knows anything when it comes to baseball.
I don't know.
But we're going to speculate because we do have a 4-hour talk show.
Angie made an interesting point yesterday. It got my mind. It's called curiosity. I don't know what's going to happen. But I think it's an interesting conversation, and talk through it, and hopefully Julio figures it out himself, not because of me, but because of him. That's the idea. All right, no Brock today. Brian Walters is going to be with us the next couple of days for Blue 88, and actually for a few hours, which I'm looking forward to. But Maura has some Blue 88 questions today.
Yeah, you teased this one earlier, and that it has something to do with Russell Wilson. But what is the breaking news from Mike Florio and Pablo Torre?
Okay, so they have this whole story. I'll let you guys go read the story. Essentially, it's about the NFL and the NFLPA and a buried document on a decision from an arbiter a few years ago on collusion following the Deshaun Watson fully guaranteed contract that, of course, everyone's like, whoa, that's not supposed to happen. And then it hasn't happened since, so there's some obvious questions of collusion. That is interesting, but not nearly as interesting as the whole J.C. Tretter stuff and what he allegedly now is saying about Russell Wilson. Here's Pablo Torre.
He's what, the player?
He's the head of the Players
NFLPA?
Association.
Okay.
Yeah.
According to this document, this concealed arbitration ruling in a landmark NFL collusion case, it was discovered that J.C. Tretter, quote, exchanged texts expressing frustration with Mr. Wilson's non-fully guaranteed contract, end quote. And the answer to what J.C. Tretter said that he wanted suppressed, according to this theory, is at least partly contained in a separate document. The transcript of a text exchange from July 8th, 2024, which was filed as part of this whole legal proceeding. And what I can now report is that J.C. Tretter, in a series of text messages that he sent to then Executive Director of the Union, DeMaurice Smith, repeatedly insulted Russell Wilson. At one point, he used an expletive that I will not say here. J.C. Tretter also called Russell Wilson a quote-unquote wuss. And then he said of Wilson, quote, instead of being the guy that made guaranteed contracts the norm, he's the guy that ruined it for everyone.
Wow.
End quote.
Jeez. So, first of all, Russell Wilson's not a wuss. He's not. You can say a lot of things about Russ. He's not a wuss. He's not. That guy played through an MCL injury, high ankle sprain. Like, stop. Russell Wilson is not a wuss.
I don't think he's questioning his toughness on the field. I think he's questioning his toughness in negotiating a contract.
I don't care. That word should not be associated with Russell Wilson. I'm happy to make fun of some of the stuff that's come out about Russ over the years, and he's not necessarily the hero that he was when he was here. He's not a wuss. I would defend Russell on that term all day. I think that is wrong. That is a mischaracterization of who Russell Wilson was. He's a tough dude who played through a lot of pain. So I'm out on that. But Russell Wilson is the guy who ruined guaranteed contracts for everybody. He goes even farther here.
Because what I'm told is that the owners actually used J.C. Tretter blaming Russell Wilson as evidence of non-collusion. Because what J.C. Tretter is saying there, to be very clear about this, is that the reason Russell Wilson didn't get a fully guaranteed contract is because he's not smart enough, not strategic enough to push hard enough for it.
Which doesn't really make sense. Russ pushed hard for it. He just didn't have the juice to get it done. It wasn't that good. It wasn't good enough for it. He was the wrong person to push for that. Anyway, there's a lot of...
Well, was this contract when he first got to Denver? Or was this after...
I don't know which contract they're talking about, to be honest with you. All I know is poor Russ is sort of made to look bad with all of this stuff coming out. Really, this should be just a story about collusion, but it ends up being a story of just the frustration that Russ seems to elicit in so many players and people that are around the game, and here's yet another example of it. Question number 2.
Who did Cooper Kupp compare Jackson Smith and Jigba to?
This is good.
I said his full name here because this is from Good Morning Football, and Jackson Smith and Jigba called them out because whoever asked him the question, there was a few guest hosts that day, called him Jackson Smith Enigma.
Ooh.
And he was like, people can just go JSN if they don't know my name. I guess I have to do better.
I don't like when people just call him Smith either, or Justin Jigba. Like, it's Jackson Smith and Jigba. How hard is it to get the whole name? Anyway, Cooper Kupp was asked here on Good Morning Football about JSN, and he made a pretty good comp.
His belief in himself and what he can do, and then being able to go out there and just make it happen, incredibly competitive. And I think that's one of those things as a receiver, you get into some positions where, hey, I'm impressed, and I've got a plan. Boom, I hit my first move, I hit my counter, and it's just still not there. But the competitiveness is just say, I just know I'm not going to lose. I'm going to find a way to win. Jackson has that. It's similar to what Puka was like coming in as well. It's just the competitiveness and the play strength are both very similar. And so I'm really excited about being out there with Jax. He's an awesome dude, wants to get better, he asks all the right questions, and he's striving, man. He's striving to find ways to find an edge, and it's going to be a lot of fun playing with him this year.
I love a couple of those words, competitiveness and play strength. Equating those to Puka Nacua. That's what I think of when I think of Nacua. Not the biggest guy, but unbelievably competitive and plays with a tremendous amount of strength. So yeah, I love that comp. He's got to go do it. But if that's what Cooper Kupp is seeing, I love those are the things actually, not that I worry about his competitiveness, but the play strength, that's kind of the hope, I think, with JSN, is coming up with those 50-50 balls for a guy who's not a gigantic figure. He's not DK Metcalf. He's not, AJ Smith. He's not built like those guys. But if he can come down with some of those 50-50 balls, well, now you got a conversation.
I mean,
about
the bar
what
has
he's
certainly
capable
been
of.
raised for him after last season, so it's going to be interesting to see what he does this year. It's also interesting. Every time you hear Cooper Kupp talk, doesn't he sound like a coach?
A little bit, yeah. That unfortunately, don't say that. It makes him sound old. We don't need that. Question number 3.
What's one list you'd like to see the Seahawks move up from 20th on?
Yeah, I saw this list last night. It's list season, and this one is about as subjective as they get. This isn't even like a Pro Football Focus type of list or quarterback ranking. This is USA Today's list of ranking all 32 NFL teams from most to least entertaining. Who will be the most fun in 2025? I think you could probably guess some of the top teams on this list. Who do you think is number one on the most entertaining list?
Chiefs.
Baltimore.
Okay.
I think just the quarterback thing. The Bills are number 2, again, running quarterback. Eagles are number 3, running quarterback. Lions are number 4, just physical smash mouth. Can't wait to see what they do next. Chiefs are number 5. I think people are probably a little bored after all these years with the Chiefs. Then it's the Rams, the Commanders, who I would actually have higher than that because of, again, the running quarterback. Bengals 8, Bucks 9, okay, and then Packers 10, whatever. They got the Seahawks at number 20. I would like for them to move up that list. Here's what they wrote. Putting Sam Darnold behind a shaky offensive front seems like a dangerous setup. Between Mike McDonald demanding the offense be centered on the ground game and the receiving core swapping in Cup for Metcalf and Lockett, Seattle seems to be actively embracing a more vanilla identity, though McDonald's complex defense will remain. Okay, 2 things can help you move up this list. 3 things. 1, winning, obviously. 2, I think would be succeeding with some of that run game so that you start to look like Detroit with the physicality. And if you can stand out for that, you'll be more entertaining. 3, running quarterbacks, man. And if there is an opportunity at some point for Milroe to be a part of this thing, you'll start going up that list if he has success. That is today's Blue 88. Thankfully, it's just one day of me doing it because it's not my bag. That's Brock's thing, or other, football experts. So we will get Brian Walters in with us from 7 to 10 each of the next 2 days. And, we'll ask him those football questions instead of me. Coming up next, a few more minutes of football, and then we'll get back to baseball really for most of the rest of the show. Jeff Passan going to join us at 8:30 for our weekly conversation. But there was some national mentioning of the Brock and Salk show. It led to, I think, probably a much bigger question, though, and it's next on Brock and Salk.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now you have the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway. The alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
What is going on? What is going on the text line? Maura, do you see what's happening here?
Yeah, people are giving you compliments.
Whoa! I might start doing Blue 88 every day.
Weird.
I know. A couple people said I killed Blue 88. Do you mean like I ended it? Like I was so bad at it that now we'll never be able to do Blue 88 again? I don't know. 520 says, good job, Mike. All right, well,
we did have Patrick in Tacoma who says, seriously, I could give a bovine scat about how entertaining this team is. I'd rather have consistent and win versus entertaining and lose.
All right. Well, yeah, but I think you'll notice most of the entertaining teams are also pretty good teams. Bad teams aren't generally very entertaining to watch in football. Look, it's fun. There are certain teams around the league that you'll tune in to see because of, I'll tune in to watch Washington now because I want to watch and see what he does. Jaden Daniels is interesting to me. I'll always tune in to watch Baltimore because I want to see what that looks like. You put Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson together? Yeah, I'm in. I'll tune in. And by the way, they're good. They win. Josh Allen is watchable. I definitely think there's a pretty close tie between entertaining football teams and good ones. I think they're very closely related. Hey, so Mike Silver wrote this article last week, right? All about Sam Darnold. And I appreciate that he dropped a little show reference, name reference in there. Was surprised, but he did, of course, reference the crazy question to Mike McDonald, and it was nice. He didn't rip me or anything, so I was pleased with that. Mike's a nice guy and a really good reporter, and he's been doing this a long time. And kind of like Tim Kawakami, I don't know, maybe it's a Bay Area thing. He likes to get after the trolls on Twitter and argue with them. So I always find that sort of entertaining. I don't like to do that, but I think it's entertaining when other people do. So good on him. Anyway. It was nice of him to reference that, and he had some nice things to say about Sam Darnold. But I do think it's important to note that in that story, he writes that we don't talk much, or I'm sorry, he writes that Tom Brady didn't want the Raiders to go anywhere near Sam Darnold, yet they signed off on Geno Smith. Trying to figure out what that means. Is that one of the reasons? Is that the reason why the national media seems to think so much that the Seahawks have downgraded significantly a quarterback, and now all of a sudden, after years of not really giving much love to Geno Smith, everybody's excited about Geno Smith? I think that that's certainly a possibility, right? Brady's the greatest of all time, and he signs off on Geno and said to the Raiders he didn't want to go anywhere near Sam Darnold. Is there any evidence, by the way, that Brady has any idea what he's talking about in that? I don't know, but Silver was on yesterday with Bump and Stacy, and they asked him about that.
I also would say this about Tom. He kind of had like Ben Johnson, and then, wait, what's plan B? And then it was like, we'll get Matthew Stafford. Wait, what was plan B again? So, like, it's great to have plan A when you're coming in and trying to run a franchise, but, like, as veterans like John Schneider would tell you, you kind of need to have plan A, B, C, D, E, and assess the ball against each other.
Is Tom Brady trying to run a franchise?
I mean, Pete Carroll told us that they talk almost every day, right? He called him intricately involved in another story on that. So.
All right. Then Tom Brady needs to stop broadcasting.
Yeah.
Like I was sort of okay with it last year. Brady is a minority owner, not all that involved. Okay, you got to put up some guardrails to make it work. Fine. If Tom Brady is, according to Mike Silver, running a franchise, like you can't broadcast on Fox every week
or do what Elway and John Lynch did and become a GM.
Or go do the job.
Yeah.
But you can't do both of those two things. That's not right. That to me goes beyond what's acceptable. So I don't know if it's actually true, but certainly the idea that Brady has all of these ideas for what he wants them to do. Get Ben Johnson, get Geno, get Matthew Stafford. Like that's kind of a lot.
It sounds like they're seeking his advice. And Mark Davis said when they hired him that they thought it was going to be a good, useful tool for them, that he has so much knowledge. But yeah, it's still it seems like a conflict of interest.
Well, and I would say that if you're only being asked for the occasional piece of advice, you don't need to have plan Bs. Hey, who would you go get as your coach? Ben Johnson. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it, Tom.
I shouldn't have said when Mark Davis hired him either. I'm sorry, when he bought into ownership.
Right, when he bought into it. But okay, fine. Like, if that's all you're doing, okay, that doesn't really seem so serious. But this idea that he's in some way running the team and is supposed to have plan Bs, that's a little sketchy. Do you care whether Tom Brady prefers Geno Smith to Sam Darnold? I don't know that I care.
I mean,
I don't know that that's important.
He's the greatest of all time. You don't love if he watches film on him and says, I don't want that guy. But I do think part of it has to do with the overall plan that team has, too.
Mm-hmm. And also, I don't know whether that doesn't necessarily qualify him to make those sort of judgments.
John Elway was horrible at picking quarterbacks.
I've seen this all the time.
When they brought Peyton Manning in, who everybody knew was already good, that was the only time that they were able to do anything with the quarterbacks. That guy
drafted Paxton Lynch in the first round. So yeah,
Brock Osweiler. John Elway just like really tall quarterback.
Being one of the best does not qualify you to pick the best. That's for sure.
I mean, this happens across sports. Michael Jordan was not a good owner in Charlotte.
100%. Right. Larry Bird was pretty good as a GM in Indiana. Like, sometimes it works, but I don't know if there's a direct correlation between being one of the best of all time and having success, picking the groceries. Here's a little bit more from Silver.
I do think if you're the Seahawks, you go, look, we have a guy who's potentially ascending, who is 26, and we're paying him appreciably less than what Geno wanted in Seattle, at least, and we got a 3. So I think if you do all that math and you go, we're probably not winning the Super Bowl this year anyway, that's probably a deal you take on paper. But if Geno goes and lights it up in Vegas and Sam struggles, then none of what I just said will matter.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, this is the ultimate in the we'll find out thing, right? I mean, we'll find out whether or not he is truly an ascending player. We'll find out whether or not, Geno has the ability to go win a playoff game in Vegas, something he was never able to do here. We do know that if Brady wasn't necessarily sold on Sam Darnold, people who were closer to him were, including Kevin O'Connell.
I know in his conversations with John Schneider, he was very, very upbeat about Sam and excited that Sam could get to a good place. But, it's kind of wrapped up in the fact that they drafted McCarthy so high. That's a franchise that has been looking for a homegrown franchise quarterback for so long. They liked McCarthy early, then the season was a washout. They're kind of built to win now. So it was kind of a weird thing.
The whole thing is a little weird, right? I will admit it. It is weird that you go from Geno Smith. He goes with Pete Carroll in Vegas. You end up with Sam Darnold, who was cast out elsewhere. That's the machinations of the quarterback machine, though. Like, that's how it goes. That's the cycle. It goes from one to the next, and relationships tend to matter. Money matters. Age matters. Where you're at and your winning cycle matters. All of those things come into play. I'll just keep coming back to this. I don't know whether the Seahawks are going to be better or not because they went from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold. I do know they got cheaper at the position. They got younger at the position. They got more flexibility at the position. They got Jalen Milroe because of it with the 3rd-round pick. So they have a potential for some high upside at the position. Who knows? And they did all of that without sacrificing a tier. Geno Smith might be better than Sam Darnold, but he's not a tier better to me. You're not talking about going from a franchise quarterback to a bad one. You're talking about 2 guys in the middle. So maybe Geno's a little ahead. Maybe Darnold is. I don't know. We're going to find out this year. But I don't think you're talking about 2 different tiers of quarterbacks where one guy is among the 5 or 7 best in the league and the other guy is a chump. I think you're talking about 2 guys largely in the middle. And if you're in the middle, I would much rather be younger, cheaper, more flexible, and with a potential superstar who knows also in the room.
The most first home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now you have the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Throw down a second base, tag by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Headed to the ballpark? Skip the traffic jams, parking fees, and the stress of driving. Make riding transit part of your game day ritual. Roll in with your crew, talk stats, and meet fans. No traffic, no stress. Community Transit riders enjoy seamless connections to light rail and ferries to get to Seattle and beyond. And youth 18 and under ride the bus for free. All in for the win. Plan your trip with Community Transit at ctgo.org/home run.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here, and the opening day for the hotel is August 8th. Book now for an unforgettable summer experience. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Man, the Mariners are hitting a lot of home runs right now. The word I used earlier was explosive, and I would say that's how it's felt. They've scored crooked numbers now in 11 of the 36 innings on this road trip. That's how you score a lot of runs, how they've now averaged more than 10 runs per game here over the last 4. It started early.
Here comes the 1-2.
Swung on, crushed left field. This one is gone. How far it's going to go? It's going to go off the facing of the second deck. Julio crushed it. He smashed it. And the Mariners extend the lead. It's 3-0.
They would keep on extending it from there. Luke Raley made it 6-0. Dominic Canzone made it 7-0. And then just for good measure, guess who got involved in the ninth?
The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball. Deep to left field. And this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. And Cal Raleigh has become the first Mariner in history to hit 10 or more home runs in 3 consecutive months. A 2-run home run here in the top of the 9th inning. The Mariners now lead Minnesota 11-2. Cal hit 12 home runs in April, 10 in May, 10 more. There's number 10 here in the month of June. And Cal Raleigh with more history tonight here in Minnesota. And the incredible season just continues.
He's got a week left in June. He's already got 10. Think he could get 13? Could he get to 13 this month? Could he get 3 more home runs in the next 7 games? Yeah, absolutely he can. He's hit 6 in the last 6. Heck, he could have 10 more in the next 6 games. Who the heck knows what he's going to do next? He's been unbelievable. The whole story with Cal is, I mean, it's just awesome. Julio was praising him yesterday. We played you some of that sound. Dan, of course, continues to say nice things.
He's just been so consistent, and his at-bats have been so good. I think, we talk about it a lot. He's hit a lot of home runs, but he's found a lot of barrels. And when you're hitting 270 with that kind of power, you're putting up a lot of good at-bats. And I really feel like, a lot of his ABs have been good. He's hitting the ball hard. He's hitting the ball on the line. And then occasionally he's getting the ball, he's getting underneath it a little bit more and driving it out of the ballpark. So he's just in a really good spot. And I think he feels comfortable clearly. And he's getting good pitches. And when he gets them, he doesn't miss them.
Yeah, and he wasn't even really the story last night. I mean, that was a kind of tack-on home run late. Julio hitting a home run and a double, driving in a few runs. That's a really great sign. I'm really enjoying the return of Luke Raley, and partly because it just sort of dawned on me a week or so ago, like, man, we haven't talked enough about how much they miss this guy. He does fit what they're trying to do identity-wise. Big 3-run shot last night. He's got 5 hits and 9 at-bats since returning from the IL and has certainly been a force here on this road trip. So, Brian Wu was really good. He went 6 innings, only allowed 2 runs, a couple of solo shots once the game is pretty well out of reach. So, yeah, the starting pitching continues to be a huge factor for the Mariners. Houston off before series against Philly. Mariners do pick up half a game last night, so they're 4.5 out in the division. They'll throw Luis Castillo tonight against Chris Paddock in Minnesota.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
More accolades for Cal Raleigh, another AL Player of the Week award. The numbers, you've heard them in the promo all morning, are pretty crazy. 10 for 24 is a 417 average. You know about the 5 home runs this week, 10 runs scored, 12 driven in, pair of doubles, 3 walks. 2 for 2 in stealing bases. I mean, just ridiculous. The 481 on base, the 1125 slugging, and 1606 OPS. The numbers just continue to just jump off the page. Bob Nightingale on yesterday with Bumpin' Stacy.
To say if Raleigh hits 50 home runs, then it kind of wakes up everybody back east too. Like, wait a minute now, here's a catcher doing something we've never seen before. And what it's probably going to come down to, Stacey, is how the teams do. Obviously, Cal's chances of winning MVP would be greatly enhanced if the Mariners make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, it's going to hurt them.
It will, but the fact that that he says, waking up people back east, I think kind of says it all. I mean, the biggest challenge Cal has is that he plays in Seattle, not New York. And I think that should be an advantage, right, for a hitter, to show that he's doing all of this damage in a ballpark that isn't a Mickey Mouse job like New York, but even more so is the hardest to hit in all of baseball. Yeah, I would say it makes this even more impressive for Cal Raleigh. Meanwhile, a couple of top prospects are on the move. Laz Montes, Michael Arroyo, both promoted. They had nothing left to prove in Everett, so they're headed to Double-A Arkansas. The numbers for both of them are great. Montes leading the league in home runs, RBI slugging, and OPS, and tied for the league in triples. So he did everything you could possibly ask a slugger to do from a power perspective and hitting offensive perspective. I think there are still some questions about his defense, and we'll find out what it looks like when he goes to a much more difficult place to hit in Double-A in Arkansas than what he saw here in Everett. But kudos to him. That's awesome. And Michael Arroyo, he's a hitter as well. Like, both these guys are offense-first players. We'll learn a little bit more about them coming up at 9:30. Lefty Brandon Garcia promoted. He goes from Double-A up here to Tacoma. Certainly a candidate to help the big club as a reliever, maybe even this season.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I've read you a little bit from this story this morning, so I'll just kind of mention it one more time here. It's a great piece from John Boyle at Seahawks.com about Mike McDonald, specifically about his father, Hugh McDonald, a West Point grad who served in the Army and is right now battling kidney disease, needs a new kidney, has not yet found a match, and yet the story's not even really about that because he's not making it about that. He's asking folks to look at dovetransplant.org, D-O-V-E like the bird, dovetransplant.org, which is an organization that helps veterans in need of kidneys. I encourage you to go read the piece. It's got great quotes from McDonald. There's some great stories about other folks inside the Seahawks organization. If you have a few minutes, go to Seahawks.com. Make sure you read it. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right. Yeah, people were just asking, is Jeff Passan going to be on today? Yeah, it's Tuesday. Tuesdays at 8:30. That's when we get a chance to talk to Passan. And I got a lot to ask him. The return of this offense, what would happen if Cal and Judge switched teams? We got a ton for Jeffrey next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs at Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you like about the young talent on the Seahawks roster?
There are some foundational pieces. And then this year, right, you're expecting Gray's Able to start. You're expecting Emma Ward to start. Elijah Arroyo is a guy, a silent sleeper that people are talking about. You got Robbie, the fullback over there. I just looked at the last 3 or 4 drafts, and there are a lot of starters on the football field.
4 down territory every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising on a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. The power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too. Going to work for you.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, some time with our friend Jeff Passan of ESPN. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you?
Michael, I am well. How's Flying Solo treating you?
It's doing okay. I'm kind of exploring the studio space, so to speak, and I even took on some football questions. Yeah, I'm basically playing 2 roles today. That's just how I roll, man. No big deal.
I like it. I mean, you haven't you done that in the past, though?
Yeah, I used to do a show by myself for a year. It was a lot more fun with Brock, but for a day or so, it's entertaining to come in and do things. And I do like getting a full 25 minutes to just chat with you. So let's dig into it. And I mean, I could start anywhere, but I think we know you got to start with Cal. It's pretty crazy, man, what we're watching, and
it really is.
It really is. Unsurprisingly, people here are looking for him to be in the conversation for AL MVP with Judge.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not there yet, and that says something, Mike, considering just how great Cal Raleigh has been. I just, if we're gonna do this, baseball makes it very easy. And I understand it's not all about numbers specifically, but Aaron Judge is hitting almost 100 points higher. Aaron Judge is getting on base, 80 points higher, and Aaron Judge has 70-point lead in slugging percentage. Like, just across the board, the numbers are significantly better. And again, I am not taking a single thing away from Cal Raleigh. I acknowledge his superior defense. I acknowledge how difficult it is to play catcher every day, and to do so at the volume he's doing it is absolutely absurd. And all those things warrant consideration in this case. But to me, the numbers offensively just need to be a little bit closer than they are in terms of the metrics as opposed to the counting stats, because he's ahead of him in home runs. He's ahead of him in RBIs. He's ahead of him in the team-dependent stuff. But at the end of the day, that triple slash line is where I begin. And when the difference is as significant as it is, it's just going to be difficult for me, despite all of those secondary things that Cal Raleigh has going for him, to put him above Judge because of the difference in offense.
All right, so let me throw two other ideas at you. One, two questions kind of in one. Do you put any stock into Cal having to do that, playing half of his home games at the worst hitter's park in baseball, while Judge gets to do it with a Mickey Mouse right field in the Bronx? Two, a lot of those numbers from Judge were built in the first month, and our guy Lyle here has pointed this out. Cal, since May 1st, so now, that's almost 2/3 of the season now, has a higher FWAR, a higher WRC plus than Judge. Does that change the conversation at all, that some of it was racked up in just a ridiculous April?
The element of factoring in the stadium absolutely matters to me. Like when I'm trying to assess a player's value, I do take it to account the park. And that's another check in Cal Raleigh's, column. But I didn't know that April didn't exist.
No one's saying it didn't exist, just that,
Well, you're trying to make an argument based around the idea of, since this point, well, yeah. What about the point of March 27th to April 30th, though?
Fair.
Like that's a full month. That is a full month of base. Listen, I am not bigger than using arbitrary endpoints. I have done so before. I will do so again. And if you want to suggest that what Cal Raleigh's done over the last month and a half is something that can be projected forward and that he continues to do that, then yeah, we have a real conversation on our hands at that point. Because I do think if that OPS gap continues to tighten, then Cal Raleigh's got a really excellent case. And frankly, despite what everybody thinks about East Coast bias, about New York media, about all the rigmarole there, people love Cal Raleigh, man. Like, they love Cal Raleigh. They love to say big dumper. They love to watch his home runs fly from both sides of the plate. I don't think that he's going to have a narrative problem in the same way that others, going up against the King of New York might have otherwise. The Cal Raleigh narrative right now is about as good as it gets. You have a guy at a position that doesn't win MVP, putting up MVP type numbers and carrying his team into what right now would be a postseason spot. He is a switch hitter on top of that, which is exciting and fun. And he has a good nickname, and he smiles, and he plays great defense and throws runners out. I can go on and on about how great Cal Raleigh is. And I'm excited that the rest of the country is beginning to see what people in Seattle have now known for a couple of years.
He might end up stealing 20 bags this year.
Dude, I know.
What is
like,
that?
How about a 60-20 season?
That is for a catcher too. I mean, that is, he's not fast. I mean, you watch him steal those bases.
No.
It's not because of speed. It's just smarts and understanding the game.
Exactly.
And I think Ewa Jr., Eric Young Jr. has done a pretty darn impressive job as a first base and running coach for this team. We don't talk a lot about that. We've talked a lot about Perry Hill and his defensive coaching over the years. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but can a base running coach have that kind of effect on a team?
Yes, absolutely. And it's a small effect. It's a marginal effect, but the reality is, Mike, if you're stealing bases at a successful clip, and beyond that, you're doing so regularly for a team that offensively, at least until recently, had been struggling. Every little bit matters, man. Every little bit helps you get more runs across the plate, helps you get base runners in better position, helps you, it just helps you all in all. And so, yeah, I will give all sorts of love to coaches who are having tangible, demonstrable effects on their teams, and I think Eric Young Jr. qualifies there.
Cal's right now on pace for 67 home runs for the season. Is there a number that you look at as sort of the defining number for home runs? Do you still look at 61? Does Judge in 22 make you look at 62? Do you look at 70 because of what number do you look at?
Right now, I look at 49 because the most home runs ever hit by a catcher in a season is 48. I'm not going to sit here and think that Cal Raleigh's going to hit 60 home runs.
Okay,
like that is. It's a ridiculous number. I think he can. I think it is well within the realm of possibility. But to me, that first number that really stands out is 49. And anything beyond 50 is gravy. And if he actually gets to 60, that is rarefied territory in the history of baseball. Literally only a handful of guys have ever done that.
Is there a number that you look at, though, for sluggers in general? I mean, is 62 now the number you look at? Do you look at 70? What do you look at?
No, it's 73. It's Bonds, right?
Okay. So it is Bonds.
I mean, he hit 73 balls over the fence. And yes, he was on steroids at the time. We can acknowledge that. And yes, there is an advantage to being on steroids. And we can acknowledge that, but it still happened. Like we can bemoan it if we want, and that is not unreasonable, but to deny that it happened is the same thing as suggesting that Aaron Judge's April should be looked past because we decided maybe it should be. Like, it just, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And I understand why people are aggrieved over what Barry Bonds did, but the record, guys, like, whether you like it or not, that's not going to change.
There have been some surprises with this Mariners team this year. Like, every day there's a new one. Just when you think they're good, they're bad. Just when you think they're bad, they're good. It's not just true of the team. It's true of individual players. Have you seen the splits on Donovan Solano? I know we were just talking about arbitrary dates. Donovan Solano before, what's the date?
Awesome.
May 18th.
May 18th. Before May 18th, had an OPS under 300. He was like the worst player I've ever seen. And since then, he has the second highest WRC plus in baseball. Like, how does that happen?
Yep. I wish I had a good answer to that. I wish I knew how a guy can turn from the worst hitter in the sport to the best hitter in the sport, because that's essentially what he's done. And it's been in a limited number of at-bats, and I think the Mariners have done a very good job of picking and choosing when to roll Donovan Solano out there. But rather than like explain how it's happening, which I am incapable of doing, I'll say this. If a team is going to be successful, it needs the Donovan Solanos of the world to go on a heater for a couple of weeks. That's how you win games. When you're, it's amazing to see what Cal Raleigh's doing right now, and he's on a home run hitting jag and would carry any team in baseball at this point. That's how good he's been. But you need to have a Donovan Solano game. You need to have a Rowdy Tellez game. You need to have a Luke Raley game. You need to have a Ben Williamson game, maybe even a Miles Mastrobuoni game. Like, you just need those secondary guys, your non-stars, to go out there and win games every so often. And it makes the contract that those players sign worth it. If you can get a couple of wins out of them just on the pure strength of what they're doing, and the Mariners certainly got one through Donovan Solano this week, it makes it worth it, not just having him on your roster, but paying him what you do. And those are the little marginal things that make the difference, Mike, between a team that makes the playoffs and a team that doesn't.
Are you buying that Dominic Canzone could be a thing? I mean, I was very skeptical. Kind of seemed like a 4A player to me. Doesn't run real well, not great defense, didn't seem to fit what the Mariners were trying to go towards. But, man, since he's come up, Jeff, he looks like a different player. Can a guy figure it out at 27?
Sure. Do I think that that's the case with Dominic Canzone? Way too early for me to say that. Let's put it this way. We put out, Kylie McDaniel and I, a top 50 trade deadline candidates today. And for certain positions, some teams are going to, like the Mariners, if there's an infielder to acquire, they're probably going to be on there, especially a first baseman. But I put some corner outfielders there too. Losing Victor Robles, it was rough. And they have Randy Arozarena locked in left. They have Julio Rodriguez locked in center. But between the DH spot and the corner outfield spot, I just don't look at that right now as being something that Dominic Canzone is necessarily going to hold all the way through the trade deadline. Right now, though, if he keeps playing the way that he has, then yeah, I think he's certainly in the mix there.
Well, I mean, the guy that I think that would probably be out there more often is Luke Raley, and sort of thinking about it before he came back, it's like, I never really gave much attention to the fact that Raley was missing because he's not a superstar kind of player. He's not a star. But boy, does he ever fit the identity of what this team says they want to be about with the combination of power and athleticism. And I don't know if you've seen him since he's come back. He's kind of shown all of it. Maybe that does give them enough flexibility so that if they want to go right field, they can. If they want to go first base, they can and move him to right. He ends up being kind of an important player in all this.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I will say this, though. I still think that the Mariners absolutely need to go out and get a bat at the trade deadline. Do you not agree?
Agreed. 100%.
Okay, so where is that bat?
Well, the nice thing is that bat can play first, it can play third, it can play right, it can play second. I mean, you have four positions pretty open if you want to go get them. So I saw your piece. I know you had Alex Bregman on there who, God, man, that was the guy I really wanted them to go get this offseason, stick him at third base and just make your team better. I don't know whether that's a realistic possibility, but is there a big kind of surprise move out there for them?
I don't know that there's a surprise move at this point, but I also didn't know Rafael Devers was getting traded, right? So there could be somebody over the next few weeks to emerge. It's interesting now that Corbin Carroll is hurt. You wonder what that does to the Diamondbacks, right? If the Diamondbacks do not have their best player in the lineup for an extended period of time, that's only going to add, I think, to the impetus for them to go out and try and overhaul their farm system through trades, because they've got a number of desirable players who are reaching free agency. Eugenio, Suarez, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor would be a perfect fit for the Mariners. Just a guy who he walks, he hits for high average, he's got some power, and best of all, he does not strike out. And those are the guys who, when you're putting together a playoff lineup, Mike, you want guys who are not going to give away at bats, going to put the ball in play, but also capable of hitting it hard.
Is Naylor miserable? I only say this because we watched the series in Arizona where the Mariners were there a week or two ago, and they swept the Mariners, and he was awesome. At times, the best player on the field, certainly the best hitter on the field. He looks like he does not enjoy it. Maybe he doesn't enjoy Arizona. That was the vibe that we all thought in watching him. Is that his reputation, or are we off on that?
I don't think that's his reputation. I mean, he definitely is an animated guy. He's definitely a little different than your average ball player, but no, I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe him as miserable.
He looked at, maybe he didn't like it where he is. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he wanted to go back to Cleveland, but he just, for whatever reason,
Mike, it's great I was going to say, it's great to know that via facial expressions and posture, you are capable of completely discerning a man's mental state.
I do not. I have Brock for that. I don't do that. I speak on behalf of Brock, who's excellent at that. He can tell and we're trying to do that with Julio a little bit right now. We had Angie Mentink on yesterday, who's just awesome. Love Angie. And she was kind of talking through a question that I think has been on our minds, and there's no way to there's no way to know, but this whole idea of two young guys coming up together. And first here it was Julio and Kelnick, and the pressure on Kelnick as he watched Julio do it while he wasn't seemed to break him. We watched Ackley and Seager, two UNC guys, kind of had the same problem and the same idea when they were both here. Is there a possibility of Julio having, being affected by the success that Cal is having?
Sure. I don't know that that's the case, though. I wouldn't imagine that's the case, because if he really cares about winning as much as he says, then you look at Cal Raleigh and celebrate it, right? What gets me every year about Julio is we're at the point now where we sit here and say, well, he's not what we thought he was going to be, and ultimately he might not be. And yet he's still a top 25 player in terms of wins above replacement. Like there's a ton of value that Julio Rodriguez brings beyond the bat. And I'm not saying that he will never reach his potential with his bat. Like we got to remember, he's still just 24 years old. So, we're talking about the possibility of Dominic Canzone at 27 having a breakout. Julio Rodriguez is 3 years shy of that. But I think where we should come down is even if he doesn't have the bat that's an MVP type bat that we thought he was going to, he's still like a 5-win player every season, like consistently so now.
I get that, Jeff. But Jeff, look, I know that. But if you were to add the Julio bat that we all expect to the season that Cal Raleigh is having, then you start, and with this pitching staff, then you're talking about a World Series type of team.
World Series, I know you're not wrong, but I'm trying not to deal with ifs. I'm trying to deal with what's actually here right now, and all I want to say is what's actually here right now is a pretty darn good baseball player,
totally,
and somebody who, frankly, is not a terrible second banana on a team where Cal Raleigh's clearly the guy.
So let's come back to the idea of who the third banana on that team could be, or maybe the second. If it's a Naylor, Gino Suarez, do you try to go out and get both those guys?
Absolutely.
What does that cost? I mean, let's say they do fall out of it. How much does it cost to get 2 months of both of those two guys together?
Harry Ford plus.
I'd do that. I'd do that tomorrow. And in fact, I would like to do it tomorrow, so I got more than 2 months of those guys. I'd like 3.5 months of those guys.
Would you do Harry Ford and Les Montez?
That I would probably say no to, just because of the lack of controllability. I'd want somebody with another year of controllability before I did it. But I do Les Montez and Tyler Locklear.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are the questions.
And by the way, I didn't mean that. I would do Harry Ford and Tyler Locklear. Sorry.
Okay. You would not do Les Montez and Tyler Locklear?
Probably not, but I could have a conversation about it. Like, for two guys, like, what does this lineup look like with both Gino Suarez and Josh Naylor in it with this pitching staff? Yeah, and then you still have something left over to go get a bullpen arm? Yeah, I'm willing to have that conversation.
Would you talk Saintja?
No, not really.
Would you talk Sloan?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, not for 2 months. No. Like, if I'm going to do that, I probably want, and I'll ask you the question, but I would probably want more than 2 months of control. I'd want a year and 2 months. So who is in that category? Sure. Who are the prospective trade candidates that are not just the 2 month guys, but a year plus guys?
I think Ryan McMahon is an option. He is, after this season, under contract for 2 years and $32 million. I do wonder how Ryan McMahon's bat would play in Seattle. Let's not forget, he's been hitting in Colorado all of these years. Beyond that, though, like, if you're looking for a bat, there's not a whole lot in terms of controllable bats. Maybe Luis Robert, and that wouldn't cost a whole lot, frankly. But do you really want Luis Robert at $20 million a year next year and the year after?
No.
Taylor, yeah.
Brendan Donovan?
Taylor Ward. I mean, sure, but the Cardinals are probably not going to trade Brendan Donovan.
Okay.
Like, I have not heard his name once. He's a guy that they want to build around, not move out. Even as they're transitioning toward Chaim Bloom taking over from John Mozeliak as president of baseball operations there, I don't foresee them, because Donovan, it's the same reasons, Mike, that you want him. He's just such a consistently good hitter and so versatile, can play just about anywhere in the infield, can play the outfield. He's a fun player to watch. And I think if they were doing that, the Cardinals probably would want major league ready starting pitching. So we're talking Logan Evans at that point. And it would be a Logan Evans, Laz Montez plus type situation. And is that something you'd be willing to do?
I might. I mean, maybe it's Logan Evans and Cole Young who plays the same position, but I'm having a conversation.
JJ Weatherholtz is probably going to be their second baseman of the future, so I don't see them doing that.
Yeah, I think I would do that.
They've got Mason Winn at shortstop. I mean, they would take a third baseman, but the Mariners really don't have like any top third base prospects.
Yeah, I would consider all those things. Yeah, for a difference maker, to put the team over the top. And we haven't talked about the pitching because right now it's being overshadowed by an offense scoring 10 runs a game here on this road trip. But they're kind of doing that thing, Jeff, where they just start rolling out a starting pitcher every night. And the other side is like, you don't get a break. Every single night they're throwing somebody at you that can go 6 innings and 2 runs or better. So, yeah, I think I am willing to give up something like that for Brandon Donovan if it gives me the opportunity to truly go after this season.
Totally warranted. And I think that I'm not there yet, Mike, that the Mariners are in a place where they should stretch themselves, right? I think they have shown flashes of being that team. I think they have that team within them, but they're still just 3 games over 500. They're still the team that, a couple of weeks ago had steam coming out of your ears because of the inconsistency and the disappearing act of the offense. Like, this is a team that still has enough flaws where getting a little bit loose this year, I feel like they need to earn that through their play.
Totally agree. But that's why we got the next, month and a half here or month plus to try to figure some of that stuff out. Jeff, appreciate it. I'll miss you next week leading into the 4th, but catch you the week after. Brock will be in to hang out with you. And thanks, man. We appreciate it.
I won't miss you.
No,
enjoy Montana.
Fair. Very unnecessary. It was such a nice 25 minutes. Why you got to throw shots at the end?
Tiger stripes.
See you, buddy. There goes Jeff Passan. We'll talk to him again next week. I'll be right back for another hour here on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only Tim Kirkchin is with us. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm just as confused as you are about the Mariners, if they're going to get really good or not.
Is it hard to understand where their needs truly are as we approach that trade deadline?
This team is due for a great stretch of great starting pitching. If they can score a few runs, maybe they can really make a playoff berth in the American League.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Power up your summer fun in a new Toyota RAV4. Now through June 30th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new 25 RAV4 or 5.99 on RAV4 Hybrid, excludes plug-ins, or lease a gas-powered RAV4 LE for $329 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same, and that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to do you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Oh, man, there was a lot in there from our buddy Jeff Passan. I want to come back to a few of the things he said, and we'll spend more time on it, I think, tomorrow. We got to answer the question jerk to end the show today at 9:45, so think through some questions for us today. 9:30, Mariners did a whole bunch of interesting stuff in the minor leagues yesterday, and so just kind of want to talk through what they're up to there and with the draft coming up. So friend of Lyle today, first ever guest booked by Lyle today. Aram Leighton?
It's close. Aram.
Sorry, you just told me and I screwed it up. You're going to have to tell me like 3 times before we talk to him. Aram Leighton from Just Leighton. Aram Leighton. Jeez, this is going to be hard. Aram Leighton from Just Baseball. Of course, you would try to trip me up, Lyle, with your guest booking. But yeah, looking forward to this, and we'll learn a little bit about what some of these guys are up to. Because we were just talking through, like, all right, who are you willing to deal in a trade? Like, this is coming up quick. I agree with Jeff. I don't know what the Mariners are going to do for the next month. I don't know. They're so inconsistent. The highs are so high. The lows are so low. I don't know what the Mariners are going to look like in a month. I don't know what they're going to look like tonight. Like, they are a great confusion to me. Right now, today, coming on this road trip, they look like a very threatening team. They look like an explosive team. They've scored an average of over 10 runs per game here in the last 4. They've hit, what did we say, 10, 11 home runs during that stretch? I mean, they're killing the ball. They're also scoring multiple times in an inning. I said earlier, in 11 of their 36 innings on this road trip, they've scored crooked numbers, more than 1 run. Like, they're finding ways to be explosive. And they still have obvious holes where you could add and get better. First, second, third, right are probably the 4 places where you can add. Well, and then you get Jeff kind of talking through what might be out there. And there are options. Do any of those things that he mentioned appeal to you? Because you got to give something up. You can't prospect hoard. You've got to give something up. Would you deal, what did he say? For both Josh Naylor and Geno Suarez, would you give up Harry Ford and Laz Montez for 2 months of those 2 guys? So you're betting on a playoff run with those 2 guys. You give up Harry Ford and Laz Montez?
I think Laz is where you lose me.
You sure?
Yeah. Look, I hate to do this, but you trade Geno Suarez for Carlos Vargas and Sebi Zavala and then turn around and get him back for Laz Montez. That's not a good look.
Well, you don't. You get Josh Naylor also. I mean, Naylor is really what you're paying for.
All right.
Geno is sort of the way you kind of get a little bit more value there. I don't know whether I do that either. That's a lot to give up. But, Lyle, you're the one just sitting here telling me a few minutes ago Laz Montez is running nearly a 30% strikeout rate in single A. Like, he's about to go to double A where the pitching gets a lot better in a much worse hitter's park. What if he runs a 35% strikeout rate in double A? You want to hoard that forever? Harry Ford doesn't really fit long-term on this roster with Cal Raleigh. So would you consider, you have so many guys in your system. I understand why you have some nervousness about Montez, and I agree with you. I am probably a little bit more likely to want to hold on to him because he's the one true slugger in your system. There's really nobody else like him. The other guys are athletes. They can hit for power. They're all around really good players, right? I think Colt Emerson is that. I think Johnny Farmello is that. Ty Pete is that. But he's the one guy that's like a real legitimate home run hitting slugger. And so because of it, I think that there's like a reason why you maybe put him in a separate category. But how many prospects can you have at once?
It's less about that for me and more that if you were to trade him, I think you got to do better than that. You got to get a return that's more than 2 rentals.
Okay.
It may or may not push your team over the top. I
don't know if you guys saw yesterday, both Naylor and Suarez left games with injury.
Oh, did they really?
They're both expected to avoid IL, but Naylor,
of course they
right
did.
ankle sprain after a hard swing. Suarez took a 96-mile-an-hour fastball to the hand.
Oh, hand? You know how much I love a good hand injury.
But he's
That's
supposed to be okay.
Yeah, I bet he is. We'll see. Anyway, this is not about even the specifics. It's really just about sort of what you think of your prospects, what you think of the possibilities, how much you're willing to invest in this team. It's easy on a day like today when they're coming off of 3 wins in 4 days and have looked really good in doing it to really want to be aggressive and add to it. It's obviously a lot harder a week or so ago as they're losing games and the offense is anemic. Look, to me, Harry Ford is an expendable piece. He doesn't fit. To me, Tyler Locklear is a guy that's good, but probably not going to be great. Laz Montez would be harder. I mean, is there a different prospect that you'd throw in there instead?
Well, you mentioned Ford and Locklear. Honestly, that feels more the right avenue for what that trade package
I tend to agree. If I were to look at that deal, to me, that is Harry Ford for Josh Naylor and Locklear for Geno Suarez, which is those are very fair trades. Because as I said earlier, I think Locklear or Ford for Ryan O'Hearn is a pretty fair trade too. And probably Locklear, to be honest with you. Like, Ryan O'Hearn is having a good year, but he's not Jackson Holiday. He's Ryan O'Hearn. Like, that's a guy who you're catching, at a good time.
But it's a pretty sparse trade deadline, right?
That's the challenge.
And you didn't do anything in the offseason, so if you believe in this team, are you willing to give up a little more to
I think, again, you're going to have the challenge here is the earlier you do it, the more you get from those rentals. The later you do it, the more you know about your team. So you got to decide kind of what where you think you're at. And I would hope in the next week or so they've got a pretty good idea, but I don't know. I mean, God love Jerry and Justin. Everybody else has got to make the decision. I don't know what they are. I don't know. I can't tell. I really don't know. And my opinion on it has changed pretty often. So I
wouldn't want to be in their shoes right now because, there's not a lot out there. So it seems like you're probably going to have to give up more than you want if you do want to go all in.
Josh Naylor's a really good hitter, though, man. Like, of all those names, of all the guys, like Geno, the sort of ups and downs that you're going to get with Geno Suarez. And you could probably survive the rest of the year with, Williamson kind of doing what he's doing. Josh Naylor's beyond. I mean, he's a better hitter than O'Hearn. He's a better hitter than Geno. Josh Naylor is a legitimately very good hitter.
I'm surprised you haven't even brought up Alex Bregman in this segment, who Passan put in his article. I mean,
I just don't believe it.
He has outs in his contract, so he can hit free agency again after this year.
After this year?
If the Red Sox are bad.
How much? But the Red Sox aren't bad. They're ahead of you in the wild card.
Well, right now, but let's say that after the effects of the Devers trade and starting pitching isn't there after Crochet, let's say they start to lose.
You don't care that Bregman's been out with a quad injury for a while now?
No, I don't care as much about that. He's coming back. I love Bregman. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know me. I'm willing to. I'd be annoyed because you could have just signed Bregman in the offseason to that deal. Like, to then go give up something big to get him would be pretty frustrating. I mean, Naylor at least was traded in the offseason. So, whether you could have gotten him or not, I don't know. But you could have just tried to sign Alex Bregman. Now to go out and trade for him would be frustrating. But on the other hand, he's awesome. And he's exactly what you need. Yes. At the end of the day, would I trade Laz Montez for Alex Bregman? Yes. Flat yes. I'd trade almost any prospect in the system for him, to be honest with you. I'd pause it at Colt Emerson. I'd pause at Felnine Celestine, who I just think has enormous upside. We'll see. But, would I trade Ty Pete for him? Yeah. Would I trade Harry Ford for him? Yeah, of course I would. Alex Bregman's a game changer, man. He changes the entire complexion of your clubhouse, of your lineup, of everything. Yes, of course I would do that. But I don't know, man. I don't know whether the Red Sox are really going to deal him. I don't know whether that's ever going to happen. That would surprise me. And in the middle of all of this, guys, don't forget, keep voting for Cal for his All-Star start. You only got a couple of days left. Not only can you go to MLB.com/vote, but you can now do it through our app. Yes, through our app. On Thursday, you'll use the app, of course, for Here's the Thing. But you can vote. I did it this morning. You can go to the bottom right corner on the Seattle Sports app, and there's a little button there to vote. It'll take you right to the page, and you can vote for All-Stars. Pretty cool. All right, we'll come back here with everything you need to know, and then Aram Leighton.
So close. Aram.
Going to join us. I can't believe I've screwed this up this many times. I'm going to have to write it phonetically on my show sheet here. Aram Leighton in 20 minutes on Brock and Salk.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now, the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the big dumpers, big run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, look, it's summer, man. We've passed the solstice, going to be in the mid-70s today. Weekend trips, vacations, kids out of school. I know you got a lot going on, right? I do too. So you're probably thinking, I'm too busy to start the diet, the workout, the weight loss plan. Guys, come on. Don't let it be an excuse. You've had too many of them. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is going to make it easy for you. You're not going to feel like you're adding on one more thing to your busy life. Instead, you're going to be subtracting a ton of weight. I did it. Lost 35 pounds. Ryan Roland Smith did it. He lost 30 pounds. We just got a text a couple days ago from a listener. He's down 42 pounds with a whole bunch more to go. Summer's the perfect time to do it. You'll have more energy. Dr. Coogan has worked with over 4,000 local people to deliver successful results. Why don't you be the next one? Schedule a 15-minute consult with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus, provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners are hitting home runs, and when they hit home runs, they tend to win a lot of games because they score a lot of runs when they hit those home runs. They did it last night in Minnesota, clocking 4 more of them. Julio early, Luke Raley with probably the most significant one.
Here's the pitch to him. Swung on, drilled, center field. Buxton racing back. He's looking up, and this is gone. Luke Raley, a tank to center field. The Mariners playing long ball. 6-run inning. It's 6-0 in the third. A massive home run by Luke Raley. Welcome back.
Yeah, he's 5 for 9 since returning to the lineup, and obviously just everything he brings to the table, I think a pretty big piece of what the Mariners are capable of here. Over the next month or so leading into the deadline, 8 of their 11 runs last night came via home runs. And yeah, it overshadows a little bit what you get from Brian Wu, who was awesome. Went 6 innings, only allowed 2 home runs once that game was pretty well in the bag. So, he's kind of throwing strikes at that point. It's a huge night for him. It was great to see Julio hit a home run earlier and have a double. And he thinks the team is playing pretty good ball.
I mean, it's awesome. I feel like right now we're doing playing to our identity, to say it like that. We're doing what we know how to do, what to do. And, staying within yourself and, putting the ball in play. We're getting a lot of hits, driving a lot of runs, and, that's what this team is capable of doing.
Yeah, that word identity, I think, is an important one. And Luke Raley, for me, it's why I played that sound there, is a pretty key part of it. Houston off yesterday, so the Mariners pick up half a game. They're 4.5 out in the division, back into the wild card mix. Luis Castillo, Chris Paddock late this afternoon in Minnesota.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Off the field, more accolades pouring in for Cal Raleigh, named AL Player of the Week. No big surprise. 417 batting average, a 481 on base, an 1125 slug, and 1606 OPS will get that done. Oh, yeah. He hit 5 home runs, drove in 12, walked 3 times. And yeah, the steals, 2 for 2 in stolen base attempts. I was looking at Sammy Sosa just to see how many bases he stole in his 60 home run years. Never got to 20. 18 was the highest. He had 20 in other years. A 60-20 season would be pretty remarkable, no? That would be, for a catcher, unheard of. Who's the stolen base leader for catchers? Is it Jason Kendall? It probably is, right?
I can look. Yeah,
I bet it's Jason Kendall. I wonder what Jason Kendall had for his top year. That would be my guess, but I'm not sure. Anyway, huge stuff for Cal, and everyone just, in love with him for good reason. Angie Mentink was with us yesterday, and she's done talking about him as just a catcher.
I was saying it to Aaron yesterday on the broadcast. It's like, you just drop the fact that he's a catcher, because now you're just putting him into, the greatest names that are playing this game or have ever played this game with what he's doing offensively. The fact that he is a catcher, it's almost like, you ought to put the asterisk and he gets more, just because of what he's doing in the position he plays. It's just incredible.
All right, we're going to talk more about this in a few minutes with Aram Leighton, but...
You still keep missing it.
You said Aram.
It is, and then Leighton.
Oh, damn it. Well, I wrote it down wrong that time. Aram Leighton. I got the first name right this time.
You did.
All right, so by the time he joins us in a few minutes, I'm going to get it right. Aram Leighton, talk through what the Mariners did yesterday, which is unbelievable, Mike. Promoting a couple of guys in their organization. There were 9, but 3 names kind of stand out. Laz Montez goes to Double-A, as does Michael Arroyo. Both really didn't have a lot left to show in Everett. They were just dominating. Montez led the league in homers, RBI slugging, OPS, tied for the lead in triples. He was moving up. As for Arroyo, OPS over 900, and he's all over the leaderboard as well. So both guys move up, and it'll be a tough challenge for them in Arkansas. Much harder place to hit. Lefty Brandon Garcia goes from Arkansas to Tacoma. Definitely a candidate to help this team as a reliever, perhaps even this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'm sorry, Lyle. That's just embarrassing.
Oh, it's all good.
No, I'm sorry. That's terrible. Caitlin Clark's going to be here tonight. I kind of forgotten about this. You got Fever Storm tonight at Climate Pledge, and Caitlin Clark will be in the building. I got to go last year. I don't have tickets tonight, but man, was it a blast. If you have an opportunity to go see her play in person, it's worth it. Go see the physicality on display. Just go see the way she ignites a building, and seeing all the kids there rooting for her and all of that. We'll make sure to watch some of that game tonight, but unfortunately I'm not able to get there. Regardless, that should be pretty cool. And if you have some free time, either try to get down there. I know it's sold out. Maybe there's a way to get tickets, or watch on TV. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, answer the question, Jerk, which we're going to do after Aram Leighton. That is in about 20 minutes. I get it right that time, Lyle. Thank you. I appreciate that. Answer the question, Jerk, in 20. What do you guys got? We got the wedding coming up. You guys have not asked questions of Maura recently. I think she's offended. I think Maura would like some answer the question, Jerk questions about her and her life. So would Lyle. We continue to explore Lyle. By the way, I saw a buddy of mine over the weekend who's like, Lyle's got to go. He's like, I've been able to put up with a lot of it. The Beach Boy thing was my last straw. Like, I can't do it. Like, he's just done with you, Lyle. I'm sorry. He was that was too much for him.
Every now and then he surprises us. Like, he just casually mentioned Ace Ventura earlier, and I was like, how do you know that movie?
So bizarre. Yeah, that's a very, like, picked and chosen type of thing.
I mean, that's a sort of de facto sports movie, so maybe that's why I know it.
That is a stretch.
It was released in 1994.
Yeah, that is like right where I would expect you to know nothing. Anyway, answer the question, Jerk, coming up in 20, so text us questions to 866-979-3776 on any subject. We'll try to answer them after we talk some Mariner prospects, guys that are going to be in the news a lot here in the next month. That's next on Brock and Salk.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now you have the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm sure by now you've heard interviews with a whole lot of people who took the First Mark Challenge and saved so much money on their insurance and got better coverage. We call them First Mark victories. Well, I too took the First Mark Challenge and am thrilled to say that First Mark is saving my family thousands. Now that's what I call a victory. Before we got married, my husband had been with the same agent for so long, I think we just assumed that they were working hard to get us the best coverage and save us money, but it wasn't the case. And we only knew that by taking the First Mark Challenge. First Mark works for you, not the insurance carriers. First Mark will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, which could leave you at risk for financial loss. Then they carefully search the market, dozens of major carriers to find you the best fit. And that's it. First Mark Insurance has helped thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands, my family included. Be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Take the First Mark Challenge now. It's free. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef!
This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Stacey Rost here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman today at WOISeattle.org. That's WOISeattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
Lift off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards, I think, as he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It, really like, it felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk.
weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we'll answer your questions coming up here in just a couple of minutes, 15 minutes away. We got some good ones, but please keep them coming 866-979-3776 is the text line if you want to answer or get your questions answered. So text them in, and Lyle and Moore and I will do our best to answer them here in 15 minutes. Before we do it, it was promotion day yesterday for the Mariners as they were moving some prospects up, single A to double A to triple A, the whole deal. And kind of curious what all this means, especially as you get closer, a little over a month away from the trade deadline, and all of these names become a whole lot more important if the Mariners are indeed going to be buying. And by all accounts, that sounds like the direction they'd like to go. So let's learn a little bit more. Lyle has booked his first guest. Is this it? This is the first guest you've booked in our time here together, right?
On this show, yeah.
Pretty amazing. So Lyle has a guest, and we're excited to talk to him. Aram Leighton from Just Baseball. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Lyle didn't tell me that. What an honor it is to be his first guest book.
I know. Isn't that cool?
That's awesome. But no, I'm very pumped, honored to be on, and excited to talk some Mariners ball.
All right, cool. Well, you were on video as well, so if people are watching on the app or on YouTube, you can see Aram, and he's got a nice little setup there, which I love. Let's just start with the promotions yesterday. The two we've been talking about the most are Laz Montes, of course, and Michael Arroyo. And Laz is maybe in some ways among the more polarizing guys among this large prospect group that the Mariners have right now. What do you believe is the most likely outcome for Laz Montez's career?
Oh, that's a great question, right? Because when it comes to a player like this, I personally tend to find them polarizing because they have to absolutely mash to, attain their potential, right? And so you're hoping for, I think, that Kyle Schwarber type of outcome, maybe a little bit more defensive utility. You're hoping as he just 20 years old can develop a bit more in the outfield. But it is that high walk, high strikeout, but ridiculous power output that with minimal defensive value, it puts a lot of pressure on how often you're slugging. But in the game that we see today, that player is a lot more palatable and even more valuable. And when you have a guy like Montes who can hit north of 40 home runs, you get excited about that opportunity. So I think that's what you can dream on. But just knowing that, hey, the second that OPS creeps below 800, it's a very steep battle uphill to get to 2 WAR, right? Or to just provide that well above average value. So that's going to be the question. He has the ability to be that Schwarber type, but again, there's a lot of pressure to get there.
He's only 20. It's the crazy thing looking at these the ages on these guys, and I know the game has gotten younger, but I'm just looking at the 7 guys that you have for the Mariners in your top 100. Ages 19, 21, 20, 20, 19. Harry Ford, the old man, at 22, and then back to 19. I mean, like, this group it's not just that it's a deep farm system, it's an especially young deep group.
It's a testament to, I think, how well they have drafted, because it's not just, hey, these are good players. It's, hey, they're hitting the ground running pretty well, right? I mean, Laz Montes was turning heads at 18 years old. You have a Michael Arroyo who's just always hit, really, since getting into pro ball. A Ryan Sloan, where you draft that guy, and yeah, I know that the results have been a little bit mixed, but you just watch him pitch, and you immediately see what can be there. A Colt Emerson, where it wasn't like he was a top 10 pick, but later in the first and immediately looks like a guy that could be that do-it-everything shortstop. So for them to be able to just have these solid picks that continue to translate, and then I think the development side, you're seeing it. Harry Ford hit a little bit of a snag last year. He has totally improved all of those, I think, little issues that he had last year, some of the swing and miss. I think just some of the overall aspects of his game. The defense has gotten so much better. I think you got to give the Mariners a lot of credit for that.
Do you have, is there anybody in this group that as you approach the deadline, you say, forget it. The upside is too high. I can't be on the losing side of a trade where I dealt this guy and he turned into a superstar somewhere else?
It's funny because I'll rarely, even as the prospect guy, you trade the prospects when you can, and it's going to work in your favor. We've seen that, with the Luis Castillo trade, even as an example. But I look at a Colt Emerson, and the defense has gotten so much better at shortstop, and I think that's a huge aspect of this whole thing, right? Where if he's sticking it short, take some pressure off the bat, but that bat could be special. It could accommodate a move to third. And he's starting to get hot here. He's cutting down on the ground ball rate. He's hitting the ball hard. He's still just 19. Emerson's a guy that it would take something really special with control, I think, for me to move him. That's the one guy that I look at and I say, I do not want to move him. Johnny Farmelo, I wouldn't want to unless the organization that's acquiring him values him as the player that we know he could be had he been healthy for the second half of last year and through this year. So that's a guy that I wouldn't want to sell low on, but if a team really values him, he's not going to stop you. But Emerson's that guy I've got circled with him picking it at shortstop now.
What about the opposite side? If you are looking to make deals, are there players in this organization that you like, but if you have an opportunity to sell high right now, that's probably the best outcome for you and probably the guys you're pushing towards other teams if you can?
Yeah, I think Laz Montes is a guy that's going to carry plenty of value that, you're not eager to move, but when you look at the profile and just tying back to the previous points, people talk about like Baby Jordan and stuff like that. You can see the power and how people can draw that from the left side, a big guy. But I mean, when you look at the contact rates, it's just not necessarily close there. It's a 64% overall contact rate, or 66, for the season, which it's not going to put him in a position where he's hitting 270, 280 at the highest level, right? So I think that's a guy that you could regret it if he's hitting 40-plus home runs, but I think it's one where that odds are you're not going to fully get burned on that the way that the Dodgers did with Jordan way back. I don't think it's going to be one of those situations. And then I look at a Felny and Celestin. It's one that could age poorly because he's so young at 19 and so many things could change, but he's not defending well. I've been kind of disappointed to see that side of things back up. The impact is down this year, but the numbers are still okay, and he still has a lot of shine and excitement from what he showed last year, from being a top IFA guy, that he could be a good piece to still sell high on. That everything I'm seeing right now could be a guy that hits a bit of a snag when he gets to high A and is still trying to work through some things. So it seems like he's far off.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me because the upside on him might be even higher than Colt Emerson. Like if he puts it all together, he might have the highest upside in the organization. But obviously at 19, and he's the same age as Colt, he just hasn't had the same level of play or the same experience. I mean, like it just hasn't gone the same way. But I don't know, man. That upside is so hard for me to part with him.
Yeah, and I totally understand that. And I probably would have said that last year, and that's why it's so tough and fluid. And that's how sometimes you move a guy, and it's like, oh shoot, the Guardians moved Junior Caminero, right? So like that'll happen. But I think the impact's taking a step back this year. The exit velocities being down the way that they are, it could make it a little bit more palatable. That would be one that I'm bracing for impact, though, and saying, okay, in 2-3 years we might feel this one. But at least in this instance, he's clearly not going to be one of those guys that flies through the minor leagues where, in 2 years you're seeing him in the upper levels and it's like, oh, shoot, why did we do this? It's going to be a little bit more of a process. But I also think just seeing what Colt Emerson is already starting to do in high A as the same age and the underlying data being so much stronger and the defense being so much stronger, maybe that could make him a bit more expendable. But I look at a Michael Arroyo and how well he's swinging it, but the fact that he is limited to second base, and you could say, hey, maybe that's a guy that they'd prefer to move instead and roll the dice on a Celestin who has a much higher ceiling if it all works out.
Talking to Aram Leighton from Just Baseball, we spent some time with Passan earlier, and we're talking through potential trades for the Mariners here at the deadline. And I don't know what's going to happen with Arizona. And, they say they want to buy, but then Corbin Carroll gets hurt. And I don't know whether Naylor's fully healthy and Gino's fully healthy. But we were saying, all right, what if you were to trade for Josh Naylor and Gino Suarez? Both. You get 2 months of control. That's it. Both guys are going to be done, free agents at the end of the year. But they completely change what your lineup and what your infield looks like. What do you have to give up from this system? What's a fair deal for those two players together?
Wow. Ooh, that's a great question. Because it's tough when you bundle two high-performing rentals. Because every year when a rental's really, really playing well, we're always a little surprised at how significant the return is. And then you bundle two of them, they would probably say, hey, we'd rather move them separately unless you're going to give us a prospect that, we felt like we wouldn't be able to get otherwise. And that's where I look at Is that something where you're comfortable parting with a guy that's blocked in a Harry Ford? That'd be kind of steep, right? So it's a tough juggle there. But I think that's one where I would be dangling maybe a Michael Arroyo, because again, he's good. He's destroying baseballs. He's absolutely a good hitter, but it's average second base defensive profile at best, and he's going to have to really mash as well, similar to the Las Montes conversation. So I wonder if an Arroyo and a flyer would potentially be enough. It might be a little light. It's tough with 2 rentals, because the interesting thing with the Mariners farm system is then it feels like an overpay with some of the top guys, right? Like, even though Harry Ford is blocked at this point, with the way he's playing at a premium position with the defense getting to where it's getting, you don't want to trade a guy like him and then have nothing to show for it at the start of the 2026 season. So it's like, who are you okay with trading and knowing that the benefit of that move is gone at the start of 2026? I think I draw that line right at Michael Arroyo.
Maybe they'd like Dominic Canzone back. Who knows? We could see if you could pull something like that off. Hey, quickly, before we let you go here, just tell us about Just Baseball. What is Just Baseball for those who want to kind of find out a little bit more about what you're doing?
Oh, thank you so much for that opportunity. It's a baseball media platform. We've got a podcast network, the Just Baseball Show, every single day, keeping you up to date with what's going on in Major League Baseball, having players on all the time. The Call Up podcast is also my bread and butter, analyzing prospects all the time. Our website, justbaseball.com. You can check out where all my prospect write-ups, our top 100, and articles on all 30 teams every single day out there. Would love for you all to check it out. And thank you so much for the time and giving me the opportunity to share.
What do you think of Lyle?
Lyle's the man.
Well, come on. What do you think? Did you know that Lyle?
The best,
yeah,
hey, it's the best team pod we've got on our network. Those guys, I mean, the perseverance through the last couple years. I really hope the Mariners get hot here, because I don't think anybody's been covering it as well as Lyle and TJ with this much passion. And we're really proud.
If you had to choose one, Lyle or TJ, who would you like to keep long? Who's getting a higher 80-20 grade?
Ooh, depends on the day. Depends who agrees with my prospect takes more.
Yeah.
But today, since I'm just found out I'm Lyle's first guest, I'm going to go Lyle.
But TJ is generally a little bit more of a kiss up. Lyle is much more argumentative, I have found. So That's a tough one. Hey, we appreciate it. Thanks for the time, Aram. We appreciate it. Thank you, and we'll try to do this again.
I would love to. Thank you so much.
All right, there you go. There's Aram Leighton from Just Baseball, and some interesting info there on the prospects. And, everyone's going to value these guys differently. I agree. We got a bunch of texts saying, hey, don't forget that when I watched Las Montes in spring training and when I watched him in Everett, the biggest thing that jumped out to me is the guy moves pretty well in the outfield. I know everyone keeps saying, oh, he's maybe a DH. There's no other value. Well, he's maybe not going to be a plus outfielder. But what I saw, I did not have any problems with his outfield defense. I thought it actually looked pretty good. What do I give up for 2 rentals? I don't know. I guess I'm probably going to be a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, Harry Ford is a lot to give up. It's not like I'm looking to give up for, but the guy's blocked. He just doesn't fit here long term. Cal's not going anywhere. He's not going to be a backup catcher. So if you could, get 2 guys that help give you a legitimate run at things, yeah, I'm interested. Arroyo doesn't really have a position. I love that he hits. I'm not like anti bringing up a guy who projects as a Howie Kendrick, but like that's going to prevent you from going for it? No, not really. I'm much more willing to give that up than, the upside potential of obviously Colt Emerson, of even Las Montes, because there's no one else like him in the system. And then Feldman is the other guy that I just feel, pretty strongly about. But you've got so many of these guys that if the deal is right, you can absolutely afford to give one or more of them up. All right, this conversation is not going anywhere. Lots more to discuss here over the next few weeks leading up to the deadline. If you missed Jeff Passan, we spent a lot of time on this. You can go back and find that on the podcast page or at Apple Podcasts. Right now, though, we're going to answer your questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
All right, let's see what we've got here from you guys. Interesting. Yeah, we still have room for a couple more if you want to text in, 866-979-3776. I did say we needed to explore Lyle and Mora's thoughts here a little bit through Answer the Question Jerk. So let me kind of go through this. Starting here, I wonder who this one's for. Jerks, what are your favorite Pringles flavors?
My mom always bought the sour cream and onion growing up. That's probably.
You think sour cream and onion's gotten kind of short shrift in the last few years? Is like it used to be kind of like
cheddar and sour cream.
Yeah, everyone's flavor blasting everything, like coming up with new wild and crazy flavors. And sour cream and onion used to be that, right? There was like plain barbecue, fine. Those were your basic flavors. But then sour cream and onion was sort of your wacky flavor. And now the other flavors are so much wackier that I feel like it almost doesn't have a place.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that.
I like a good sour cream and onion Lay's, though. That's a good potato chip right there.
A good flavor too. I don't usually go for the super weird one.
Where are you in the salt and vinegar more?
I like a salt and vinegar chip every now and then, but if I'm going to do that, I'm probably going to do the Lay's, not the Pringles. You need that grease with the salt and vinegar.
Think so?
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I know Lyle obviously has never had a Pringle.
Yeah, Lyle doesn't eat unhealthy.
Like, I'm not eating any of
I was
that.
going to say, I think I like the salt and vinegar ones the best.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
That feeling afterwards, though, is not good. Where your tongue, you're just like, terrible. Jerks, if you could legally own any exotic animal, which one would it be? I don't know that I'd want an exotic. That's not something I'm interested in.
I mean, yeah. Because of the animal and the fact that I think most of them need to be in the, like I don't want to keep a lion in a cage or something.
Sure.
But as far as just like cute cuddliness, I think monkeys are adorable.
You go with a monkey?
I would love to just hang out with a monkey.
I mean, that's one I think you can actually own, right? I mean,
It still feels like they should really be out in the...
like Marcel and Friends. I mean, I love a good giraffe. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he would fit well in my house. But when I go to the zoo, I spend some time in the giraffe enclosure just checking those guys out. I think they're amazing animals. They're my favorites by far. I don't think I'd want to own one.
I've seen videos of people that, I saw there's someone on social media that has like a rescued sea otter. I love them. They seem like they're always really playful.
I thought they were mean. I remember reading something about how they're really mean.
Oh, this one isn't. It's actually kind of cuddly.
How about that rescued beaver that made the rounds a couple of years ago because it was making a dam in its house?
It was gathering every single thing in their house and putting it in the middle of the floor.
Toys, stuffed animals.
See, that wouldn't be a good, you wouldn't want that.
That's pretty entertaining, though. I mean, like, I'm all about the entertainment value of my animal, so why not a beaver? I think I'm going with beaver.
Lyle?
I can't think of an exotic animal that would be fun to own. That I'm with.
You're not a pet guy.
You want an alligator?
No, because unless you're going to fight it like Happy Gilmore would, and I have no interest in doing that, I don't think it's worth your time.
Do you hate crocodiles?
You're not even like a dog and cat guy, are you?
Doesn't like pets. How do you feel about crocodiles? Do you have some animosity because of the book?
No, if anything, like I took a picture on East 88th Street in New York City a few years ago.
So you have some affinity for the crocodile because of the book.
Yeah, but like, how would you pick between owning a crocodile and an alligator?
Well, do you really know the difference between the two?
I don't.
I always forget. The crocodiles do those death rolls, though. Those are nasty. Or a caiman. That's the other one that's sort of like those. Lyle probably can't answer this. I don't know if he's ever been to one. Favorite part of a wedding? What's your favorite part of a wedding? I mean, because weddings have a bunch of sort of traditional elements to them.
The food, if it's good.
I
think everybody's waiting for the ceremony to be over so they can have drinks and food, right?
Yeah, the drinks are usually the best part of a wedding, let's be clear. Second best part of the wedding, though, is either the after party or if they bring out a second thing of food at the end. Yeah. Like, the dinner's usually fine.
I mean, the dance floor at a wedding can be fun if they have the right DJ or...
Depends on how much drinking is done ahead of time,
and if
for
you're
sure.
with, like, close friends.
Yes.
You're feeling good, the dance floor can be fun.
But I like the second helping. Like when the food comes back at the end. It's been a long day. You know, you've had your salmon or, steak or veggie, whatever, pasta. And then at the end, they're like, oh, by the way, we have chicken fingers and we have potato skins or whatever. That's usually exciting. Rush over there and get a little extra food. Let's see. Lyle, do you know what these three things are? Have you ever seen a Nokia phone?
Yes. Yep.
A Sony Walkman.
Maybe at some point.
A beeper.
A beeper?
Yeah. Like a pager.
In The Hangover.
Right.
At least you know what it is.
Yeah, that's good enough. We'll take it. I don't think this is a tough one. Jerks, my girlfriend is not a great kisser. Is there any way to bring that to her attention without complete disaster? Probably not.
You could try to make it like, oh, I specifically like this, but I don't think, no.
Buy her a book?
I don't know how you end up in a full-on relationship with someone. To me, that's like the initial spark, isn't it?
Buy her some old magazines of Sassy. They usually have stuff like that.
If I kiss someone, it's not good, then I'm not going to be their girlfriend.
You're done.
So that's kind of, I'm questioning how you got in this relationship.
Yeah, but guys will do anything. Guys aren't that picky. Like, yeah, whatever. We'll figure this out down the road. It's the male equivalent of like, well, he's got some issues, but I could probably work with him and he'll change over time. This guy just figured he'd ask a radio show to figure out the whole problem for him. Do you think Brock will be crying throughout the entire wedding?
Yes.
No, but a lot of it. Yeah.
I think Daniel Jeremiah nailed it. He's going to cry at the first look.
Sure.
When they do the pictures before. He's going to cry when she walks down the aisle. He's going to cry probably during his speech. I mean, that's a lot of crying.
First dance. Yeah. I'm curious if I'll cry at Brock's daughter's wedding. Probably. My kids are going to be there, so that'll probably make me cry. Jerks, maybe this is too much late night thinking, but where are all the baby pigeons? I've never seen one. Are they all just full grown? Well, I think the baby pigeons are in the nest. Do you spend a lot of time looking in pigeon nests? Come on. Where are you on staying in an Airbnb with a used bar of soap there in the bathroom? Would you use it?
No.
Do you believe soap is essential, can't get dirty? Or is it's touched somebody else's skin?
Bring like a travel thing of body wash.
Yeah. I don't generally use bars of soap anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's gross. Like, you wash it off first, and then it's your soap. It's fine. Lyle, would you use somebody else's soap?
Probably not. That doesn't sound fun. No, I'm like Maura. I usually just would bring body wash.
I would too, but this is like, this is more of a hypothetical.
All right, then how about I go with no?
It seems like that's, that's
I
where
don't think you
go.
can wash enough of it off to make sure it's...
Sure you can. It's easy. It's no problem. All right, we got to get out of here. Brian Walters is going to be in the next couple of mornings with me. Looking forward to that. So we'll talk some football. And, look, he was a baseball player. He loves the Mariners. Kind of excited to talk a little baseball with him as well, get some of his takes. The last time I was hanging with him, he has some very strong opinions on baseball. So kind of looking forward to where that goes. And Buster Olney's, God, I didn't even tell anybody. Darn it. Buster Olney's going to be with us tomorrow at 8:30. How about that? A little Buster Olney time tomorrow. Haven't talked to Buster in forever. So we'll do that tomorrow morning. And Brian Walters as well. Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up
if Brian
next.
can figure out the rules of trash takes. Oh, sorry. Probably better than Brock.
I mean, it wouldn't be hard. That's for sure. See, better than Lyle, at least. At least he'll find a take. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you like about the young talent on the Seahawks roster?
There are some foundational pieces. And then this year, right, you're expecting Gray's Able to start. You're expecting Emma Ward to start. Elijah Arroyo is a guy, a silent sleeper that people are talking about. You got Robbie, the fullback over there. I just looked at the last 3 or 4 drafts, and there are a lot of starters on the football field.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat Compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus, provide better access to SeaTac, open